where the cyclists went up an extinct volcano.
Ooh.
It's called the Puy de Dôme in the middle of Massif Central in France, and alongside the road, they didn't have any spectators because the part of the original road was taken up by a funicular railway.
Ah.
Uh, Hang on a minute. I forget Landry. And do you know the origin of the term funicular?
I do not.
Well, I'm going to tell you. This is
Is
my
it
factoid.
is it Latin at all?
It is Latin. You get 50% of the marks available for noting that it was Latin, and the Latin word is furunculus. Now, what do you think furunculus might mean?
Funiculus. It
Furunculus.
sounds like something to do with smell to me.
No. Well, think about what it is. What is a funicular railway? What's it using?
Is it one that uses some sort of traction system?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's basically a cable, so they've got a motor at some point, so the cable is just pulling the train up. But in the olden days, they wouldn't have had machines. What might they have used?
Horses.
Horses. And what would the horses have been connected to? It was not cable, but what might they have used in hundreds of years ago?
Well,
leather straps, maybe?
Sorry, Dave?
I said leather straps, but...
Straps? Oh, yeah, that's...
Or vines?
You're so close. Rope.
Rope,
so
okay.
Nicholas is the Latin word for rope.
Mm.
So there you go. My little factoid of the day. So next time Mixon and Phil comes on, you can tell him, look, I know all about funicular railways.
Well, I'm just picturing getting on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and that's the final question.
Yeah.
They ask things like that, so I'll keep that in my mind. All right, well, this looks very relaxing. Bucolic almost.
And a bit of harmonica in the background as well.
Well, this new mouse has missed 100% of the fairways it's had a go at.
Well, it's only first cut though, isn't it, Dave?
It's no good.
Yeah, send it back, get your money back.
Let's assume that was operator error. Now you're hitting them straight, Dave.
I was hitting them straight the other day.
Yeah, you were actually.
I just didn't have the required length.
Yep.
Oh, this is a nice. I mean, I'm saying it's a nice, gentle start. I'll probably miss the fairway as well.
Well, there's not much trouble out there, Andy. Don't worry about it.
As if on cue, I think I might have done, you know.
Oh, it's all fine.
No.
There's almost nowhere you could hit that would have you in trouble on this tee. You'd have to do some sort of hand grenade. All right. 100 yards. 20.
They could do with a bit of water on these greens.
Yeah.
And the wind doesn't appear to be too savage.
No, it's not doing much at all for variable. see if it jumps up to mid-teens at some stage. But that's what I was afraid of.
Well, you didn't have anything to worry about, Dave, because you're coming out of the rough.
Yeah.
So I had a fair idea that was going to happen.
No, I think that's going to be short as well. Not too bad, but
Who's going to show who? Dave is going to show, I think.
I think it's... This is weird. I can't read it.
you can't read it, Dave. Why?
It's giving me information that I'm not expecting.
Oh.
Like it, my head tells me this should be breaking left to right.
What?
Well, that's what I reckon, but it's not. It's definitely not. It's going to be a little bit of right to left. And a little bit more. Oh, you turd!
Oh, you were right, Dave. You couldn't read it.
Yes.
Yeah, go back to the drawing board on that one. Well, I was 22 times worse than you here, Dave.
And Dave's just going to roll it on in.
Well, am I? I can't really. The F4 says it breaks left to right, but I don't believe it. I think it's straight down the hill. I'm just going to go straight. Oh.
Oh, I called it.
Left to right.
Interesting bit of architecture on that course.
Yeah. I'm retracting all my insults about the new mouse since it's had 100% birdies. Oh, that's a very awkwardly placed trench.
Well, is it a trench? Is it an irrigation channel? I think that's looks too regular to be anything but man-made. He's in the rough. Oh.
Your line was very weird. Well, I have no interest in going for that at all.
That's a 7 wood.
A perfectly sensible shot.
Since when does sensible win a game?
Trouble is, I've got Um, 266. Let's have a look and see. I can see why you did what you did, Dave. I think it was a deliberate shot.
It was. Yeah, with a headwind, it would be more exciting. It's perfect. I think they don't look like woody weeds or anything. Should be fine.
Yeah. Yes, I decided to give this stat on this hole to Dave.
Yeah. We've got the nice short shots in. That looks pretty good. Turn left.
Good for distance.
Yep. Right. What did I learn from that? It didn't seem to deviate much. 8% power loss. Feels about right.
Pretty good.
Got some work to do on the putt, but I'm not unhappy.
14. 3.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Lovely.
Okay.
It's always going to roll in nicely.
Straight at it. Fuck it.
You show it, Dave.
But the hanger I had the first place would have been fine.
There's not much in it, is there? 3 downhill. There. Oh, got too excited.
You did. 9 feet.
And now.
Good. Ah, you pig. More to it than I saw.
So no sign of Phil tonight?
No, have you heard from him?
No. Hopefully he hasn't been taken by a drop there.
Where is he?
Well, I don't know. I asked him if he was coming round and he didn't respond.
I was going to say the high country has a plague of the drop bears at the moment, so it's possible.
is a nicely tucked away pin. That's a lovely shot.
It is a nicely tucked away pin.
Fun little
47.
putt.
Yep, a slippery little sucker, that putt.
Well, I've got to assume that you hit the 9-iron. Both of you probably.
Yeah, that is one tricky little pin to get close to.
Yeah.
I don't fancy this putt much either. Ooh. Jeez. There maybe? Or? Stop.
Well, one thing for sure, the greens are keeping us honest.
Yeah, they're defending well.
I don't know what this is. I do know what it's doing. Right to left initially, and then straightens, maybe. Oh God, it did straighten. Over belted it.
Called it too well, Andy.
Huh. I can't believe that didn't even make it the required distance.
Yeah, aren't we putting impressively? Oof.
Oh. Bolted in the hole.
Well, congrats on winning a test, Andy.
Yeah, it was. I didn't really see that much of it, but I was aware of what was going on during the day, and did see some of the highlights at the end, and it was really could have gone either way. That.
It was good stuff. I actually stayed up and watched it till the end, which I don't normally do, but I sensed it wasn't going to be a long day. And yeah, it was entertaining except for the result.
It almost felt as though it had like sort of 4 one-dayers sort of thrown into one after the other. That's what it felt like to me.
Yeah, it was a strange sort of. Well, they've all been kind of. They've all been different. Yeah, very different days in all the tests. Yeah.
Well, both of you have missed the fairway. What's going on here?
They've fallen for that trap.
Right, I'll see where this is taking me. Okay. Where does this take me to? Let's try that tree. Ah, that's got to be the tree, surely. Yeah. Cut it a bit. I think I might have done what you've done. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, look.
almost identical.
Struth.
Well, it doesn't look like fun.
Oh, that is not good at all. Oh
Is
my
But
it
it
god.
is a par 5. That's
Yeah, I can't see these not hitting the bank. And
Whatever.
there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, Dave.
Till it runs out of fairway.
No, that doesn't matter. It just stops you getting unwanted backspin. And he's found a gap. Oh, no, he hasn't.
well. I'm heartened by the fact that Dave didn't clatter through the branches, but
That almost could have plugged on it, and then it would have been horrific.
yeah.
Well, this is interesting. 23% power loss with an iron, 7 iron. 5 iron ain't going to cut it. It's going to be a 5 wood. That's all I've got. Wow. Have to be some fancy chopping and hooking on this one. All right. Chop super hooked 5 wood.
There's a lot. There's a lot of component parts to that.
Yeah, it certainly did not super hook much.
Interesting. 2% power loss has no impact at all.
What about spin loss?
21%, so I reckon I can just hit a 77. Be perfect.
Now we got lots of green to play with. Nice line. Oh, it did check a little bit.
A little bit, but not too bad.
No.
Oh, almost checked.
Yeah.
We tried.
23 inches downhill. This ain't gonna check. It's got 41% spin loss. This is gonna have to be some sort of super form.
It's just a tricky little distance there, Dave.
Yeah, just those, and downhill as well. Not going to be easy. Oh,
Not bad. Red.
right line.
This thing breaks 2 ways. It's going to hit it straight.
Uh,
Very cool, Dave. Meanwhile, a certain gentleman seems to be just tiptoeing his way into a little bit of a cushion.
Indeed.
So what's the Mamba replacing? What was the other one you had in your? Oh, you had yeah, right. So are you going to keep the cruddy Microsoft mouse just for normal stuff and just bring out the Mamba playing golf or what?
correct. It stays in a. It's got its own
But,
little velvet pouch that sits in the
yeah,
box protection, and it lives
but
in there.
you've got two Mambas, haven't you? So the other one
Yes,
is just still in the box.
it's just wrapped in foam as well, in case
Yeah.
anything happens to the one I'm using. Yes, indeed. And if if they both go, disaster. But yeah, this one feels and acts exactly like the other ones, which is what I wanted. So I'm delighted. So it's weird colours. It's some stupid Gears of War, which is a game I've never played. Um, themed Mamba, so it's all grey and there's glowing lights and God knows what. But it doesn't stop how it works. So
Yeah. So I've got another question for you, Dave, about your mice.
yes,
Have you used different Razor mice
yes.
in the last few years? So you've had a Mamba. What other
I've had,
ones have you had?
well, I replaced the Mamba with the new. Oh, what's it called? Hang on. I replaced it with the new Death Adder Pro, which is much more expensive than the old Mamba, but I was never comfortable with it. And
Right. So when you say you're never comfortable with it, when you played golf with it,
yeah,
did you have your two Razor mouse set up with exactly the same settings?
yes,
Right. Did
and
sort of the same. It just felt differently.
it
Is it correct?
reacted differently to my swing, and it would draw more, and it would react to any sort of mistiming a fraction more than the old Mamba. I think because it's polling like 20,000 times a second or some nonsense, and so it exaggerated any slight variation that I had that the Mamba wouldn't. So maybe that's great for gamers that are professional esport players or something, but it didn't do any good for me. And so I've had to go back to the old Mamba, which is a bit less sensitive, and it's just better. So that's why I really wanted to get another one, because I assume the new mouse will just keep being more sensitive.
Yeah. That was a good shot there, Dave. Is that
Yeah.
so?
It was okay.
You've done two or three really good approaches in a row and just haven't been rewarded.
127. 27. Oh, I like it.
Yep,
Stop.
lovely.
Just gave myself a little bit more margin of error. going to have to check to see what mice I've still got, because I've the Death Adder feels quite big compared to the original one I had, which was a Diamondback. But something to do with the software on the Diamondback. I'll have to have an experiment with that.
I will say one thing, Andy. If you've got the old software, keep that and don't let it access the internet and auto update, because the newer versions of the software, they're all worse.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, this looks so flat. What is it? I'm just going to go with flat. Not even close to flat. Looks like coming back.
Well, you must have given me a little bit of a clue.
Well, my hopes were dashed after about 4 inches then.
Well, it was slightly better. Mine too were dashed.
Yeah, there was just that little bit off the slope at the very start. It just went bang, and then nothing. We were scoring this well in the major. It's surprisingly defending itself pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah, you feel as though we should all be ripping it a little bit. But to be fair, we've had opportunities. Dave and I have had opportunities galore, really, but not made any inroads.
The greens are giving away nothing. That's the problem.
You've got a nice wind into your face, Dave.
Yeah, I can't really go for it. Don't have the required strength.
Well, that's a nice line, I think. Have you got the brute factor? You must have hit a 3 wood there. Surely, yes.
Correct.
Might be a little bit too much draw. It is too much draw.
Nice.
Tap.
Keep hitting nice shots and getting nothing for them, Dave.
Putting. I've hit all my putts to within an inch or two.
Bloody hell.
Oh, just no purchase at all.
Absolutely none.
Well, I'm taking full note of that. I'm going to pitch this about 10 yards shorter than I was going to. As a matter of fact, maybe I'll flop it. Ooh, that's a thought. Just flop. Maybe that's the shot. Alright. Just flop. Maybe it's not the shot.
Well, there's only one person produced a decent approach to this pin, and it's not me or you, Dave.
It's not me.
Oh. Oh.
I'm not looking forward to my putt either.
This is...
I keep hearing a door creaking in the background.
I thought it was a wolf howling.
Oh. A wolf, a door creaking, same diff.
I actually thought it was a background noise in the game.
Okay, I keep trying to blame Andy.
Hey.
Yep.
You don't have a creaking door in your house, do you?
Not guilty on that one.
No. Okay, so it's a background noise. Subtle, very subtle.
I think this goes two ways, but I'm sure that there's a bit of right to left early on, and then it maybe straightens or goes out the other way.
The read was good. It was just a fraction more subtle.
Yeah.
You should have seen Dave go today, Andy. I've been trying to get my two networked computers talking to each other so I can just chuff files from one to the other. And I butted my head against it for about 4 hours. And then I asked Dave to help, and he just remote controls both computers, finds the problem in about 90 seconds, and it's fixed in 2 minutes. It was unbelievable. He makes me feel like a moron.
If I haven't learnt anything in 45 years of IT, then...
Yeah, it was impressive.
So in a nutshell, Dave, what was it you did to get the two machines talking to each other?
Well, the simple thing was that they were talking to each other, but the issue was a matter of authentication.
Right.
And when you're running a little peer-to-peer setup like that, you need to have matching usernames and passwords.
Okay.
And he had what he thought was matching usernames, but one wasn't the same as the other. They had the same display names, but not the actual same usernames.
Yeah, that's right. So when I went into the second computer to make sure they were the same names, Andy, Microsoft just says, "Oh, you want to change the name of the computer?" And I go, "Yes." And so I put in the name so it's the same as the other one. But it didn't tell me that it hadn't actually changed the machine name, just the username. And that's what brought me unstuck. But Dave knew where to look, and he saw that straight away. I can't believe I just did that.
Well,
where was this last week?
Well, the thing is, you had this last week. You played quite well on the last round.
In the last round, at least, not before that.
Oh man, how much to give this one? Thank Christ. About fucking time.
tiptoed my way to 6 pars on a very easy looking setup with very little trouble off the tee. Wide open greens, there's not horrendous slopes, shortened course.
Oh, just didn't chop it enough.
Well, you've obviously hit the 5 wood, chopped. Must have done. I'm not sure whether I can reach with a 4 iron.
I'll bet money that's a 7.
7 wood might be perfect if it's.
Dave hits the 7 really far compared to me. I don't have one at the moment, but he always outdrives me with that 7. You get good distance.
202. 202, right. Well, then I'm going to take my 4 iron here and just wait for a. Oh, God, it's gone up to 10. Only way short.
Yeah, the very second you swung, it went up.
Bastard.
These medium pins are all tucked away pretty well.
Yeah.
Okay, nice shot.
Here you go.
No, it's fucking making me putt.
Yeah.
This is not the hole that I wanted to putt on.
But on the other hand, it's a green in regulation, Dave.
I guess.
Bolstering those stats, Dave.
Oh, this is horrible. Alright. Make an assumption it's got a fair bit of break. 30 up 4. More.
It's another nice putt.
Don't pay nice putts, Dave.
Well, I give you kudos for it.
Ta.
Which is worthless, but there it is.
It's the satisfaction of peer appreciation.
The respect. That's right.
The problem is my putting stats are going to be ordinary as. Because they're literally all 2 putts.
Well, you got to miss more greens, Dave. That way you're chipping 1 putt.
You're right, I'll do it.
Oh, interesting. Is it worth going for? I've got a F5 this puppy.
You should be able to clear that bunker.
If the wind stays low, yes.
Okay. Interesting.
If it's like 1 or 5, fine. If it goes to 10, I'm screwed. It's sitting at 3. That means it's going to go to 10 any second. I'm waiting for the 10. Now it's just doing mind tricks.
Yeah.
There's the 8. I'll wait till it drops back to 3 and I'll Come on, I'm ready to lunge. Come on, there. 3.
Stayed at 3.
Yeah.
1.
Easy. Easy. But beware the 10, boys.
Still
Beware 10 Yoda.
that's
Beware
still
the
a
eyes
distance
of
I'm not capable of hitting at the moment. Let's see what happens, eh? Oh, I started pulling back and I went straight to 11. It knows.
Stayed at 2. Stayed at 2. Gone to 12. Oh, no.
Wow. That's all about lucky timing, that.
Stayed at 2. Stayed at 2. 8 sideways.
Yeah, already safe.
Be okay.
Because you had the extra brute margin as well, Andy. Look at that. 3 good drives.
That's not good. That's a nasty pin as well. Fuck.
No. You want it to be off the green, but maybe not that far.
Oh, Christ. Okay. Whatever.
Well, that's
Well,
got
you
me
took,
second guessing what
you
to do.
took on for the team then, Dave.
Yes, always do. Team player.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun putt.
Oh, it didn't spin back.
Got nothing. I would hate to see the difficult pins on this course.
Yeah, pretty wise
Well,
putt.
Good luck with this, Dave.
Yeah.
So it is a wolf, not a door.
Sounds like a fucking door. Oh,
Great shot.
I'll take that.
very
Jesus.
Wow, you couldn't do any better than that, Dave. That was fantastic.
Oh, crikey.
Thought I was going to bolt down the hole there.
It would have almost been a disgrace. No right to see things like that.
I didn't think you'd given it anywhere near enough break.
Nice one.
Yep.
All right. This is my first danger putt, really. All the rest of them been too bad. This one, she is dodgy.
You come back. You come back.
Yeah, I couldn't attack it too hard.
You want me to move my ball marker?
No. I like it on my toe there. If you didn't notice, I just stamped the ground a little bit too.
210. Surely this 497 par 5.
Slight tailwind.
Yeah.
Definitely in range.
Don't go up there. No! Oh, come on. Oh.
It's a disgrace.
Well,
First,
it's cost me.
it always looked a bit right from your target line.
It's right in the middle of the fairway. It's the perfect shot.
It's not. It's cost me 30, 40 yards almost going up there.
Yeah, but for anyone with a 5-wood, that's perfect.
I just don't have a 5-wood.
I know.
Well, I yanked mine into the bunker
You lunged, Andy.
time. Never mind, it's should be reachable from there. Yeah, your shot's looking quite pretty now, Dave.
Oh, Mr. Mackey does, eh? Perfect.
Jump in the bunker. Got to be in the bunker, that one. Oh no, it's not. Well worked out.
You didn't find the slope, but you didn't really need it.
I was hoping for that slope.
$230, $216. Perfect.
Better there than on the green, Dave.
Yes, I'll agree with you there. Be good for my putting stats.
Huh.
Maybe.
One good super flop. That's all it's going to take. There goes that door again.
Yep. Where's the WD-40 when you need it?
Well, could the 195 punched be enough? Could it?
Well, they're only normal greens, but if you get the right wind.
Yeah, no, I'm going to have to chop the 5-wood, which is a much more difficult shot, but I just can't see the 195 making it. Well, it's not going to make it either. Been better with the 195.
Well, of course, the hum of the
The transmission tower. Right there.
pretty decent.
Oh.
another one which is a little bit clumsy.
This is not really a putt. Up to terrible.
Really do with one of these going in to get me some. Oh, that was badly misread.
It can't be flat, but it is.
It was.
I'm getting all the wrong visual cues off this course.
Hmm. It's interesting how some are easier to read and others you just can't see.
Yeah, if I was just using the visual cues,
Mm.
I'd be in all sorts of trouble.
So you've been waving your pole around, have you?
I've been. In some parts of the country, you'd be arrested for waving a pole around that much. But
Thank God you don't have a webcam. That's all.
yes.
Well, funny you should say all of this because there's a BBC presenter in the UK been named by the Sun newspaper. Well, he hasn't been named. They've just said this this presenter, haven't said whether it's radio or TV, adult or kids. But to cut a long story short, this presenter who's now been taken off air, we don't know who it is, has paid this person who is now 20, but he had been paying them over a period of 3 years, £30,000, and it looks as though this lad has been playing with his pole on a webcam for the enjoyment of this BBC presenter.
Yep.
Wow,
yep.
that
So
story is not
is
gonna
this
get
the silver-haired morning presenter or whatever he is?
That was Schofield, but that was a totally different one.
Oh, really? Okay.
This is one that's just broken this weekend.
Right.
Do you think you know who it is, Andy?
Well, the worst thing is because they've just said a presenter without giving their name. Of course, all the BBC presenters are saying it's not me.
So the one that doesn't say that is the one it is.
Oh, the press are going to go to town on this one. I can just see it. Wow. Well, that implies if it's been for years, that means whoever the person was must have been underage. when they were getting paid to do this.
Ah, yes. Well, this is the thing. The the person who's made the complaint, albeit 3 years after the alleged incidents took place,
Mm.
supposedly 17 at the time.
Well, that's illegal in Australia.
Yeah. But
Mm.
what we're trying to work out is why is it taking 3 years to, taking the money of this guy? But of course, the mother sort of said it's fueled the son's cocaine habit. Oh
Oh,
God.
Jesus. Mm.
There are
That's it.
some aspects of the story which just sort of don't fit right. I mean, whether the person's tried blackmailing the presenter,
Yeah, maybe
we
they couldn't shake him down for enough money. Yeah. Now they've gone public. That's the nuclear option.
come on.
Oh, look at that backspin, Andy. Wow.
Lovely.
Impressive.
Now, Dave, we've got nasty shots here.
Yeah, we have
I
got long
believe.
shots. We're not going to get backspin like Andy got.
No, not likely.
You've got to land it in the last inch of that upslope, which is still rough. So it just bounced forward gently, Dave.
Shit. I think I've got to play a full shot here. Splash is bullshit. So this is impossible. Absolutely impossible.
This last words.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it looks awkward.
Yeah.
You did not get that far. You got some check. Semi-impressive. This one.
Well, if you can play this as a splash shot and get it close, I'll be very impressed.
Well, I do have a way of getting check on these things.
Yeah, but you've got to get it there.
It's super tricky doing it. So here's here we go. Here's my theory.
Well, I would have taken the pitching wedge and tried to sort of slightly thin it. What did you try and play there, Dave?
I hit a 7-iron, Andy, and I tried to come down on it savagely, so it pulled to the left and got backspin, and it didn't work.
Okay.
Well, I did want to ask you about not particularly this sort of issue, but I was thinking a lot of this sort of proof or whatever would be digital.
Yes.
Right. Now then, unless the person has recorded all of the images and has kept them, right? Let's suppose they haven't done that. Is there any way of actually getting hold of web chats and online videos which were made X number of years ago, which weren't stored locally?
Videos, no. Chat logs, yes, is the answer.
Okay. Even even if it was a dark website?
It depends totally on what they were using to converse. If it was Snapchat or something like that, then those conversations are gone. But what they tend to do is find that whoever the perpetrator was, they keep that stuff because that's what they've done it for, to keep it and use it again.
Yeah.
So they almost always get them that way.
Okay, so so let's suppose this BBC presenter now is sort of thinking, shit, they're on to me. What would he need to do if he had downloaded images or whatever? I mean,
Well,
you can you can wipe your computer, reformat it, but obviously all it's doing is overwriting the file information system.
It's easy enough to actually wipe a file so they can't recover it. There's plenty of programs out there that will just wipe over all those places on the hard drive 60 or 80 or 100 times, and it's just gone. So you can do that, but again, almost always they catch them because they try and hide copies somewhere, and they found the hidden. They always find the hidden copies.
Yeah.
They've got dogs now that can sniff out USB sticks like drugs, because people hide them in walls or under the house, things like that.
Oh,
that's cruel.
That was in.
I mean, it was going at the pace you thought it had to drop.
Yeah, that was cruel.
So, I mean, what Carol and I have been talking about it. We're thinking, well, unless there's this digital sort of smoking gun, it's almost a case of the person has sort of said this has happened, but they've got no proof that it's happened. Possibly, otherwise it would have been all over the Sun newspaper about exactly what these chats and so on were saying, whereas it all seems sort of second hand. This is what he said. He phoned me up and said, "What have you done?" This is the thing.
The most likely thing is that the kid that was actually sending the videos and having the chats with the presenter, he won't have deleted his conversations or chats. So even if the presenter deletes them, they'll still be on the kid's computer. And that's most likely how they'll get him.
We thought actually there may well have been an element of blackmail going on.
Oh, there probably was.
All of these years, that I've got whatever.
Well, how much was he paying? Did you say 30,000 quid a year?
The report in the Sun on a Murdoch is he's paid him 30,000, 35,000 maybe over a period of 3 years.
He wanted more. He wanted more.
Possibly.
Yeah, that certainly implies that there would have been a lot of videos and stuff like that being produced, or certainly streaming of whatever he was entertained by. And I mean, anyone with half a brain, even if they're a cocaine addict, is going to, not delete that information, because it could be valuable to shake him down or, go to the cops with. So yeah, it'll come from the kids' end for sure.
Oh, I don't like this.
You gonna have a crack at this one, Andy? I don't think so.
No. 263. But the other interesting thing about all of this is politicians are now getting it in the neck, even though they've got effectively nothing to do with it, because they've been asked questions. Do you trust the BBC to carry out a thorough investigation? And oh God almighty, so they've got to really put their what they say on tape, and they're just not prepared to do it at all.
Yeah, well, it's such a, because of social media, it's just torches and pitchforks everywhere. You don't want to say anything. But I remember a case here maybe 10 years ago where a guy got caught for murdering his parents, and they'd been poisoned by mushrooms, and they got him because he'd done several searches on what kind of mushrooms kill people a year and a half earlier, and they got that easily enough.
Yeah.
You just got to assume everything you say or do on the internet is recorded. Simple. That's a good line, Dave. If it's the right club, it's going to be
Oh,
baby.
it's the right club, all right. Oh!
Oh!
Actually, you were unlucky you didn't get a little bit of check.
Mm.
Maybe it's run off from it. Oh, God almighty, this is a Nick Faldo round from me. I'm not reading the greens particularly well.
Clomping around, parring everything. You've just had nothing but pars. That's unbelievable. Wow.
That was dead straight.
I know for a fact I've never had a round of 18 pars in this game. Oh, how much break? How much? Not that much. Maybe it's hardly any. No, there was more.
Oh, there was a brilliant bit of political campaigning which went totally wrong for the leader of the Labour Party, Keir Starmer.
Mm.
He had this big policy sort of announcement a few days ago, and he was speaking at from some university. All right,
Mm.
he had the students sort of all arranged in behind him, like they often do with politicians, sort of nodding their heads or whatever. He started rattling on about his the Labour pledges, and all of a sudden these two students unfurled a banner and just took him to task of why have you done a U-turn on such and such. It was brilliant. But they weren't shouting and bawling. They were quite sort of polite. Excuse me, Mr. Starmer, but why haven't you? They weren't shouting and bawling, but it was Starmer who was blustering a bit. Yes, I'll speak to you after this later on. No, Starmer, we want to know now.
It sounds like they caught him completely unstuck.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
even better that they didn't yell and shout, because then they can be derided.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
they were very. I mean, they were just ushered out, but they were still talking very reasonably as they were being ushered out.
Yeah, fantastic.
Right. Well, I've got to do something shortly here, otherwise I'm I'm yesterday's man.
Well, I don't think you're going to par your way to victory, Andy. Put it that way. You're going to have to bring some of those old babies from last
Well,
round.
the thing is that with an easier set of conditions, I haven't had anything. I think I got one within 10 feet, but
I'm not sure if that's making Dave feel any better.
I've got to say, I look back on that last round, and I think I had 3 O babies, 3 tapping birdies, and I had a hole out on the 72nd hole. So it doesn't get any luckier than that, shall we say?
It just feels like that was destiny. Yeah, that was a tough road for Dave to overcome.
Oh, look at that.
That's a beauty.
Got a good angle in as well. As indeed we all have.
Good line again. Will it check?
It did not.
No chance.
Right. What did you do?
Well, it didn't really matter. I was 20 yards behind you guys.
Guess it doesn't.
Were you in the rough, Dave?
Yeah. Good shot.
Very interesting.
Tap.
I don't want that much wind. I want a little less wind, I think. No, it's okay, but it's not a no baby. I've been missing these quite easily tonight.
Oh, feels like it should be more.
Nice putt.
Tap.
Okay.
Well, that was great information for me, Andy.
Yeah.
Now I know it breaks 2 balls right to left.
Well, the par trail continues.
Hmm. Yeah. Can you remember ever having an 18 holes all par?
No.
Yeah.
I don't want to go down this route either. Really like to come back at you with some kind of statement. So
Okay.
far,
It's only 2 weeks till the next major.
indeed.
The big one, the Open. I know you fancy that one, Andy.
Well, it's not a course I've played that often. I think the bunkering is a little bit. You really want to steer clear of those because those are not just are they pot bunkers, but they're quite vertical from what I remember.
Lovely, Dave. Yeah,
Can't-
I wasn't really thinking about the course. I was thinking about the old jug. I'm pretty sure you fancy that, Andy.
Well, you, I always want the cabinet to be full of silverware.
Yeah, Bella will respect you even more.
Right.
And that
It's
looks
not
a nice
bad.
one. That's
Looks
a
very
gorgeous
nice.
one. Oh,
Look
you
at it
gave me
though.
a bit of a read too. Thanks, Andy.
Okay, right.
Oh, nice read.
Oh,
It's going to be less break from my angle for sure. Maybe that. Oh, it was dead straight.
It's in.
Right.
phew.
Well, you guys are making hay on this course a little bit. I think we've got more par fives to come as well. Well, there's only one thing for it. Just have to have a couple of eagles. Just a par five? No.
We got two short par fives coming up, Andy. One of them has got to be a birdie.
Well, you'd
Maybe.
think so.
Or maybe two eagles.
The trouble is the makeup of the course. It's actually unlikely that people are going to make worse than par. There's none of the big sort of sixes and sevens and eights waiting out there.
No,
He
there's
said.
not. There's no disaster holes.
Okay.
Pretty good ones. Mm. Bit agricultural.
Pretty
Nice,
good.
Dave.
Uh, Come on, be close. Ah, oh, you had
A
to.
bit
That
harsh.
was
Unlucky.
it's good. Good for length.
Making me tread carefully with this putt. Feels
Yeah, well,
dangerous.
I'm out of the proceedings for today, I think.
9 inches downhill. Oh, turn right, please.
It is. Twenty-four 16. 24-16. Yes.
It's in.
Yes, it's in.
You're back, Andy.
Took a bloody chip to do it though.
Well, pick up an eagle on the next par 5 and suddenly you're back in the mix. What
Lovely
a
putt.
putt. Wow.
Oh, wow, indeed.
Impressive.
Well done.
Ooh, here's the short par 5 with a tailwind.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
Well, an exciting but perfect line.
Yeah, could have hung up in the trees, but no.
Will he brute his way down the swale? No.
No, I didn't. Probably equivalent. 2 on 3. Out.
What's a... No.
be okay. It drops out to 1.
Stop. Stop.
Yep.
Did you take a 3 wood there, Dave?
I went full Uncle Dave because I don't have the 7 wood. And I was thinking this is going to be a perfect 5 wood, just faded gently.
Well, I can't
do
do
anything
that.
fancy. Don't have to do anything fancy at all. Just fade it in on the wind. I've faded it too much. No. No.
Oh, the crowd like it. Oh, if that had just been to the right-hand side of that little swale, that would have been very close. 2-1-3 I've gone. Oh, that would have been a perfect length.
Come on, down. Oh, no, too much.
Wow.
I didn't expect the 195 to go that far.
I was going to say, when I saw you had an iron, I thought, oh, it's going to be just short. You got a good amount of bounce. You're unlucky not to stop very close.
Good shot, Dave. Oh, Jesus.
1 inch. Just searing injustice. A lot of left to right early on.
You had the
Fancy
line.
that line you had, Andy, with a bit more.
Oh, okay. Hard to read. Oh, fucking belted it. Oh! Jesus. Wow, I thought that had missed.
Bloody hell, Dave.
Crikey. Why couldn't I do any of those last week?
Indeed.
Anyway.
Well, glad you made that, because otherwise I'm in busted now.
Well, I feel like I'm playing really well, and Dave's just brute forced his way to the front. But his approach shots have been great all night, and they're finally paying off.
Yes, that putter's been working quite nicely today.
Another one straight at it. Stop.
God.
Yes. Perfect. Good stuff.
Don't encourage him. He doesn't need any.
Oh, I need a small pick-me-up.
Well, I think that just sums up my game in comparison with yours. You know, equally good line-wise, but just not quite nailing the distance. 24 feet as opposed to 6 feet. Ooh.
You've caught that thin, or that was the shot you wanted?
There.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy. Oh.
Was that a deliberate shot, Dave, that you punched or something?
I did. I tried to punch it in low. All right. Now look at this. All right. Can't believe where I'm aiming. Oh no, it's a disaster.
Well,
wow. I thought,
I hate to say this, Dave, but we're staring down the abyss of double busted.
no.
If I can just get a bogey here, it's still not too bad. As long as Dave doesn't sink his.
Oh man!
Oh, you're going to give Dave the line, Andy. What are you doing?
What was an awful putt?
Oh dear, this is not good.
It's not good, is it?
No, and this one.
Don't get too excited, Dave.
No, it's 6 inches uphill, Andy. It's going to be hard to get too excited on this one. No, I got excited. Oh,
What was it you were saying? Man's a fool. What did he do? Oh, Christ.
Don't talk to me. I'm trying to memorise my return putt.
Well, you should have a bloody pen and pad. Got a awful feeling this is fairly straight for Dave. Oh, Christ. Even that's belted past.
I used to play bridge with a guy who used to gleefully say, "Lead to your own destruction."
What was
So
it?
feels
I
like.
was saying there's been no holes with disasters written all over.
Oh! Until now.
Look at it. You've still gone 6 foot.
No, it's fine. It's an easy putt back. It's okay. Oh, God. All right, now we're in serious trouble. Now we've got to pay some attention. 3. Oh,
It's all down to you, Dave, as far as I can see.
There's a little bit in it, but oh,
wow.
Got it.
Well, in an eye blink.
Ah. 275.
Oh.
It's half 4 though. Bunker's not bad.
walk that part.
There's a bit of chest beating going on here.
Wow.
That is interesting. What just happened then? Well, that's good information.
5, 2, 6, 9.
Well, I'm assuming you hit a full shot. It's all going to come down to getting the right wind.
Yeah.
Feels like.
I was into a headwind a bit. And it depends where you
I'm
bounce.
super happy with this shot. Really happy.
That looks like it's right on line. Christ, Dave.
Dave.
I'm trying to save us, Andy.
This is not easy. Really? Once again, I'm really struggling to read these. What I think it should be doing doesn't. Alright.
I'm so impressed with that putt. I would have aimed it 5 to 6 feet more to the right. I would have been completely wrong.
Yeah, like visually, it should have been thrown right out to the right, but the pole just says, no, it actually breaks left to right.
Your frenetic pole waving, Dave, is very effective.
Trust me, it's making no sense in my head. Yep.
Oh, come on. I had to have a go. This has to go.
you've got.
I attacked it, Andy, because I felt like I had to pick up the shot. I still missed.
Well, the relentless march continues.
So I've got to pick up a shot on this par 5 to save the double busted. It's an interesting hole.
481.
Oh no! Okay.
Yeah,
that
there's
is
a lot of
that is
lot of
really interesting.
wow.
I've got to see this again. Shit. Wow. Okay. Interesting.
What was your travelling distance in the air there? That does seem to be the shot. 270. Okay, so you just hit the standard driver.
Come on, just turn to the left a little bit. Oh well, that's even better.
Perfect.
Yep.
Couldn't get a better line in. Okay. On the fairway. Got the distance, just want to make sure it's on the fairway.
It's the biggest fairway marker in the universe, this tower. It's a little bit left, but I think you've
Got away with it. Might even be the closest.
Yep.
Indeed. Come on.
It's pretty good. Eagle Pat.
Just as good.
It's gonna hang.
All right.
Too much, is it? I'm not sure. Well, I think that needs to go in, Dave.
Well, I've got the chip. I've got a shot.
Very interesting.
So now you've forced me to sink this, otherwise you win. The double busted. This is all. I've got one shot. All right. One shot.
Oh, his left leg's twitching.
Couldn't do it.
Right. No, I haven't. Haven't had my putting boots on today, that's for sure.
Well, it was a very nice win, Dave. You basically did what Andy did to you on Thursday. You just brute forced it. You just kept getting birdies. 10 under. Impressive.
It is. And not only is the 2 point, but it's a huge inroads on the stroke average as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
Wow, look at that colour. Wow.
Wow, 28.
I don't think I've ever seen
28 on the back.
Single par on the last 4 holes.
Wow. Impressive.
It is one spectacular course.
Sure what to say about all of that.
Yeah. Wow.
Very impressive.
Well, at 28 back 9, that is impressive.
I mean, it was.
Three,
It
four,
just went
five,
berserk.
6. 8 under on the back 9, Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't have an answer or a comment on that at all.
Oh, did you start drinking dirty grannies or anything like that?
No, not at all. And in the end, my putts per green and reg didn't turn out too bad.
Well, I think that just sort of proved the other stats were pretty much the same.
Yeah, not a lot in it.
On the greens, your ability to get it a little bit closer, and the secondary ability is to hold the putts as well. So, congratulations.
Yeah, I kind of liked your stats as well, Andy. 13 holes in a row, straight par, and then no pars for the last 5 holes.
Well, we all get a green indication on the stroke average. Variable.
Oh wow, look at sand safes and scrambling.
All got 100, which is unusual.
That is, I don't think I've ever seen that before.
So, Dave, you are now on. That's made a huge difference. That
It has closed the gap.
19. Get back to 20.5 me, 19 you, 17 Dave.
Oh shit. I was leading early.
Wow. And there's been 2 double busted in the last 4 games.
Wow. They are a good prize.
They are, definitely.
And they feel fair as well. I've got no issues with them. If you do it, you deserve it.
And so Rose, one below. And it is the 10th of the 7th. Okay, Dave, give us your number. 62, and it's a green 62.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
And yeah,
275.
275. Yeah.
71.
71.
301.
301. Yeah.
89.
89. Yeah.
144.
Yeah.
150.
Yeah.
100.
I also get a green mark compared to the 65 at Los Angeles. I felt like 75. Right, my numbers
285.
285. Yeah.
71.
Yeah.
305.
Yeah.
83. 178.
Yeah. And
200.
yeah, that
And
was
100.
And the final green one of the day goes. It's still impressive the number of green scores in the 60s, Dave, you've had. Oh, and you and I have got a stroke average of
7098.
exactly the same. But we're trading Dave by 0.25. Okay, carry on.
285.
285, yeah.
64.
64, yeah.
305.
305, yeah.
89.
89, yeah.
167.
Yeah.
175.
Yeah.
And 100.
Right. I don't think anything's changed.
No changes.
Well,
Okay, well
mentally
done.
maybe something's changed for some.
Is there anything? Actually, I'm not sure whether the driving stat possibly. The green in reg stat, I'm now. Yeah, I'm trading quite a bit in that. I think it's all down to the stroke average. The Harry Varden Trophy. Okay, well that was a lesson in humility. There's no chest beating action from the US Open champion. I mean, I must admit, when I played the 2 rounds at Loch Lomond, Dave, it felt like a real anticlimax because all of a sudden we were playing on really slow greens.
I know.
And I just sort of, it was a struggle to keep myself motivated to play the rounds. But there we go.
Yeah, I'm really starting to dislike the way they almost never. They go to 13 maybe on the last round if they're lucky, and that's about it. You know, they almost never use 14.
Yeah. But maybe a grenade goes into the tour setup at some point at the end of the year, and just sort of, because I can't see why they can't set up variable. But surely with variable, you can set it up with a basic wind direction from the first hole, and then it does its own thing.
I think they can. I mean, they've got options that we don't have.
Yeah.
With their tour setups.
Right. Well, thank you very much for the lesson today, Dave.
I'll say you're welcome, but
you don't get any extra prizes for breaking 30 on a 9-hole. Although that's maybe something else to give a little sort of carrot for,
Well, possibly.
breaking 30 on a back nine. Right, enough of that. I'll speak to you guys on Thursday, all being well,
You betcha.
and have a good week in the meantime.
Shall do.
You too, Andy, and we'll see you then.
All right, bye for now, guys.
No worries, Andy.
Ah,
Oh, well, that was pleasant.
Yeah, well-
I guess.
that was a nice win, Dave. Your putting finally came good.
Yeah. But too little too late. Like, it would have been nice to have just one of those putts that sank or got close to have gone in the other night.
Yeah, but Dave, it wasn't too little too late because you got the double busted.
Yeah, well, I did like the double busted. Those extra
You can't
points.
do more than that. And now I'm languishing at the bottom like some sort of turd.
You're not a turd. I don't believe you're a turd. Yeah.
No.
But no, you and me were just fighting it out, and all of a sudden you just started dropping off.
Well, no, it wasn't me dropping off. It was you just starting to go birdie, 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 eagle, birdie, birdie, like that. That's all it was.
Well, I was
Yeah,
lucky.
it was impressive work, Dave, and just keep that form going for the last major and you'll be in business.
I'll just keep that form going for the rest of the year.
Well, that
Beat you guys by 30 points. No,
So-
we'll see how it goes.
You're not watching this year's MasterChef, are you?
No, not at all. Have not watched a
No,
single second of it.
Well, sarcasm on, you would have loved last week's final episode.
Right.
The contest was to make the food as crunchy as possible.
What?
And so when they tested the food, they actually had a microphone and an amplifier going. Just go, oh my God, Dave would be crawling up the fucking wall.
What sort of insane requirement was that? That just seems dumb. But anyway.
Someone that doesn't have misophonia, that's who it was.
Yeah. Wow.
That came up with that idea. Yeah.
Okay.
So
So,
can just imagine there were like tens of thousands of people all around Victoria going, no!
I believe you'd be correct. So you'd be right up to date with Bold at the moment, wouldn't you?
I am, Dave.
Yeah. So hope you dirty slag.
Well, you know one thing that's impressed me, Dave? Like, Liam has always never had balls, but now he's finally grown a pair, and he's gone, fuck you, that's it. It's over.
Yep. Yeah, but now is he going to keep making the play for Steffi? Because I believe he is, and Steffi.
Oh, he is for sure, especially when he finds out that Hope's just had another crack with fucking Thomas, which he will find out.
Oh, for sure, because they're going to
And
announce
also-
that they've consummated their relationship.
Yeah, and so what I see happening is Hope getting impregnated by Thomas, Steffi getting impregnated by Liam,
Yep.
and then they all go back to their own partners, and then the pregnancies come out.
Something like that will happen, for sure, because the doctor's time is coming to an end.
Yep,
They're
and
going
then
to
there'll
send
be a
him.
Halloween party, and
You and your Halloween parties and masks and stuff.
yeah, masks, and
So you
Wyatt
reckon
will be
Brooke will get
pregnant.
it on with the doctor guy?
yeah, with Wyatt, I reckon. Also, what's happened to Wyatt's girlfriend? Where the fuck's she gone?
Not just girlfriend, didn't he marry her?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, no, she's gone. I've just written her out of the story completely.
Just written around it, and then there's been no explanation. There's been nothing.
No, and she never gets mentioned at all,
Mm.
which is a shame.
But that happened to Wedge's Sprog, the one that's just come back recently. You know, he didn't get mentioned for 2 years, and then suddenly he's back.
Yeah, it just happens, though. They just, we're not interested in you. You're just not going to get a mention for ages.
You know, I mean, if kidnappings were like that, the police would never do anything.
No, they would not.
Yeah. All very strange. Well, I've got to say, Dave, I tested Slicer Show tonight.
Oh yeah.
I I added one of the mapped drive
Oh.
and it works perfectly.
Well, it should. It doesn't know it's a map drive. It just says, yeah, there's a drive.
It just sees the folder, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't give a shit. And if that drive isn't available, it just goes, well, I can't add it, and it just continues on. So even if it's not there, it doesn't break it.
These two computers, Dave, it's like a relationship on bowls. It's nothing can ever go wrong.
Well, something can and probably will at some point.
Probably.
Yeah.
But at least I've got image backups of them both, so I can get them. I can brute force them back to where they are.
Yep. Oh, good. No,
Yeah.
I knew it was going to be something pretty basic, because normally this is stuff you've done before. So
Yeah. Well, what brought me unstuck was this, like that second computer, the one that sits on the little monitor. That was my. That computer hasn't been changed for years, but then it died. Something happened to the boot manager or the boot block or whatever, and it was just fucked, and I had to re-image it. And I couldn't find the correct re-image.
right.
Of its setup where it was talking to the other one.
Yep.
So I just had to use an old one, and then it wasn't talking, and it was, well, you saw what the cause was, yeah. But anyway, all fixed, so now it's imaged with a good name, and nothing can go wrong.
No, exactly. Beautiful. Now, did you see the email from Sandy today?
I saw it came in while I was playing golf, but I haven't read it. What does
Right.
it say?
Well, I think they're offering you a lift from Berwick.
That's not going to happen, because I'm about to send an email out to the group saying I won't be turning up until late afternoon on Saturday.
What? Why?
Because I am buying a property. I'm going to an auction and buying a property for my sister.
Yeah. What time?
10 a.m. is the auction. So I don't know how long it takes to do the paperwork and shit like that. So I'll be out sometime Saturday afternoon.
You
Yeah.
can't.
So I'm still going to make it to Christmas in July. I'm just not going to be there for the Friday night or the Saturday morning. That's all.
Right. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, but this place is too good to pass on. And my sister's got. I'm going to have to chuck in probably 50 grand of my own money to get it anyway.
Yep.
On top of everything that she got from Mum. But it's worth it, because at the moment she's in this place. It's old as fuck. She's paying $400 a week rent for a 2-bedroom house in Parkdale, when every other place in the street is the rent's $750.
Right.
It's just owned by an old couple that are about to die, and then their kids are going to sell the place, and then she just won't be able to get a place. She'll just be fucked.
Right.
So I've got to strike now and buy her some shithole and move her in there, and then just take it from there. But it just has to be done. This one is perfect because she can keep the dog there.
Yep.
And she's got no friends. She's got no one rings her except me and maybe her son every now and then. But the dog is like the only thing in her life that loves her. And so she can't just move into some shit old 1-bedroom apartment, because they won't allow dogs, and it just won't work.
Yep.
But this one's it's just one of these villa units. It's got its own little backyard. There's no one above her. So it's just a single-story villa unit with a couple of other villas on either side. And it's perfect. And it's probably going to go for $390, $400, something like that.
Yep. So you're not thinking about using a buyer's advocate?
Yeah, that's what we're going to buy.
Sorry? No, buyer's advocate goes to the auction for you.
I'm just going to buy it in my name and then worry about the legal details later.
But that's what I'm saying. But you have the buyer's advocate go there on your behalf, and they do the bidding and everything for you. You don't even have to be there.
Huh.
Okay, and they'll just have you on the phone, and you're listening to them, and they'll say, right, it's at $390. Do you want to bid 5,000 more? And the auctioneers and everything will be aware that there's a buyer's advocate in the crowd, and they'll be waiting for directions from you to see how it proceeds. So if you did want to go, you still could. You just have someone in the crowd that does it for you.
The other reason I wanted to go was there's only 2 open houses, and one is 5:30 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, which is a shit time.
Right.
And the other one is an hour before the auction.
Yep, so you want to check it out first anyway.
I do want to check it out, and I don't want to go there at 5:30 tomorrow fucking afternoon to park the arm.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just gonna go there, and it's 10 a.m. It'll be whatever happens, it should be over by 12, and I'll just be out there in the afternoon. It's no drama.
Yeah. Okay. No dramas.
Yeah, but anyway, we'll see what happens. I mean, it might get sold before then. There's been a couple of others that I've had my eye on, and they've just gone in like 2 days. The market is really starting to pick up.
Yeah,
even though
it is going.
It should be, but it is.
No, it is going crazy for sure.
Mm.
And have you talked to the agent and say they prepared to accept an early offer?
I have not. I'm going to do that tomorrow.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I've got to talk to my lawyer first
Right.
about the legal details, because my sister hasn't even got photo ID. She hasn't got a driver's license. She lost it.
Oh my God. Okay.
There's all this. There's like you just can't buy a house without proof of identification and shit like that. So the way it's going to pan out is I'm going to buy the fucking place, and then we'll worry about transferring it to her later.
Mm. Yeah, no, she'll have to have all the bloody IDs and stuff in order.
Yeah, she won't. It's impossible to do all that in 3 days. It's just not going to happen. So yeah, I'm just going to have to buy it and put it in my name and work it out from there later. Yeah, and I'm just pony up my own money. That's it.
Well, definitely talk to your lawyer or even your accountant and find out what the financial implications are as well.
Yeah,
of buying and then transferring.
It's going to cost money to transfer it from one person to another, for sure.
Yeah.
Duty, that shit.
Guaranteed. So it might cost you another $30,000 to transfer it.
That's why I want to speak to him.
Hmm. Yep.
Yeah, but the other thing I was thinking of was...
well, the other thing, Dave, is you buy it and you keep it in your name.
Well, that's right. I'm going to say to her...
And that way she can't sell it on you or anything like that.
My theory is I'll buy it, but I'll borrow the amount of money she's got in the bank, and then we'll sign a contract that says when I die she gets it, and the contract also says she has the right to live in it with no rent.
Yep.
Until she can't live there anymore because she's lent me the money.
Mm.
So if the lawyer can just drag up something like that, then she gets it when I die, with no stamp duty or any shit like that.
Yep. Yeah, no, that seems to make more sense.
Yeah.
For sure. All right.
And the other thing that does, it means if Social Security ever come after her because she's fucked them over by not declaring that Matthew wasn't there for a certain period of time or something like that, they can't take the house, they can't do anything because it's still in my name. She's just living there.
Yeah, no, I think that's the best thing you can do, Dave, because if it's in her name, all that sort of stuff, then they can also use that against an asset test and all sorts of shit.
That's right. And the thing is, because she's lent me the money, and I'll just say, well, the way I'm going to pay you back is I won't charge you rent. So it's just win-win everywhere. You know, there's no money changing hands. She's living in the place for free. It just seems like it should work perfectly.
Yeah, and look, definitely, if you talk to the lawyer, he'll tell you if there's any gotchas with that arrangement. But that, to me, sounds like it's the best of both worlds.
It does.
It covers all the bases. She can't sell the place from out. Well, can you imagine if you bought it, you buy it for her, it's in her name, and then a year and a half down the track, she goes and sells it, or whatever.
Exactly.
This way, that can't happen.
Or get scammed out of it somehow. Anything can happen.
Yeah, exactly. If you do it this way, it just can't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's sort of where I'm leaning, but one way or the other, I'm just going to pony up the money on the weekend and pay for it, or at least commit to it.
Yep.
Doesn't matter, $400, $450, whatever. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
She hasn't got that much money.
No.
But I'll just put in the extra. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, your money bags, you'll be okay.
Yeah, well, I just don't want to, like, if those old people died, or the parent or the children get control,
Yeah, they'll boot her out.
They'll just sell it, and it'll get pulled down, and 3 units will get built. and she's got no chance of getting. She got no chance of getting a reference because they know she's a hoarder and all that sort of shit. They're not going to write her a glowing reference.
No. So the place that she's living in, that's a piece of shit?
It is a piece of shit, but it's an expensive piece of shit. It's an old house that would probably be worth, 1.6 to sell just because of the block of land.
Yep. So you couldn't say make an offer to the current owners.
It's 4 times more than she can afford.
Right. No, fair enough. Oh, she's getting a good bargain at the moment. That's for sure.
Yeah. So. Yeah, 400 a week is nonsensical. It's ridiculously cheap for that suburb.
Yeah.
It's 50% less than she should be paying for that size house.
Yep. Yeah. No. Well, amazing that she's in there for that sort of money.
Yeah. So it's only a matter of time till she gets thrown out of there for that reason.
Yep.
But yeah. Anyway, we'll see what happens.
We will.
And I'll speak to the lawyer tomorrow. He might well say, well, he knows a good advocate and we can do it that way, or I don't know.
Yeah, well, as I say, an advocate just lets you attend the auction without actually being there. But if you want to go and check the place out, then you've got to do it anyway.
At the end of the day, people are turning up in dribs and drabs on Saturday. It doesn't matter whether I turn up in the afternoon. We'll still be there for Christmas in July. It's fine.
Yeah. Yep. No, that's fine.
Yeah. I think so.
I think the only ones who are going to be there Friday night's going to be the Bakers and the Sutherlands. I don't think anyone else is going to be there.
Well, I was going to be there, but given the auction's at 10 a.m. in Parkdale, I'm not going there now.
Yeah. Well, you could turn up on the Saturday night and looking like shit. Not a good idea.
No, I'm going to just go to the auction on the Saturday morning and then fuck off as soon as I can and I'll wander out there.
All right, and if you need to, well, I was going to say if you need someone to come and grab you, then someone could.
Yeah, no, it's easy, Dave. All I got to do is catch a train and a bus when I'm there. So,
okay.
Yeah, get there on your own time and have fun, and I'll be there when I can. That's it.
All good. Anyway, we'll talk Thursday more about it anyway. So.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be an update by Thursday.
I am sure because until you talk to your lawyer, nothing's set in stone at all.
Exactly.
It's going to be very fluid over the next few days.
Very.
Yeah. All good.
Yeah, it's going to be all the things I don't like, Dave. Work.
Yeah, I know. And signing stuff and legal papers and shit like that.
Well, I did executive shit. This can't be any worse.
No. If it's all straightforward, it should be easy.
I've learned. I'll just throw $1,500 at Brett, and he'll do everything. Yeah, it's all fine. Yep.
All right, no dramas.
All right, well done, Master.
Well,
congratulations.
Thanks, Dave.
Go inform the family of your glory.
I will. I think Zed will be full of admiration. So.
Well, I can't even imagine what might happen. I'll try not to.
Fair enough.
Okay.
All good. All right, dude.
All right, matey. I'll speak to you soon.
No worries. Good luck in the next few days.
Thanks, matey, and thanks for fixing my computer as well.
Yeah, no problem at all.
All right, cheers.
Catch you soon, bud. Bye.
Bye.
I'm Ben Meiselas from the Midas Touch Network. Donald Trump was in Las Vegas giving a speech that was almost incomprehensible, and it was, again, vile, bizarre. Donald Trump, of course, did not speak about any policy, what he was going to actually deliver to the people, just spreading more hate, more lies, more division. I want to show you what went down during this reprehensible and oh so very desperate speech that Donald Trump gave in Las Vegas. And then I want to compare that to what was President Biden talking about over the weekend. What was President Biden doing? So first, let me show you a clip of Trump. Then I'm going to go Biden. Then I'm going to go Trump. Then I'm going to go Biden. All right. Donald Trump saying that in Las Vegas, maybe someday there is going to be oceans in Las Vegas. Play the clip.
He said, if you endorse me in the state of Florida, which we love, we all love Florida. And remember, Florida is easier than other places. You have the ocean and you have the sun. There's something about that works. But you have the sun too, but you don't have the ocean, I can tell you. You definitely don't have the ocean. Maybe someday you'll have the ocean. You never know. Someday. Hopefully it's a long time away, right? Hopefully.
What? President Biden talking about the following. The rate of Americans without health insurance is at an all-time low. Premiums under the Affordable Care Act are $800 less per person than before I took office. We are protecting consumers and reducing health care costs without hurting insurance companies, doctors, or hospitals. You see the contrast there? Donald Trump just spouting a bunch of complete and utter nonsense, deranged lunacy, and President Biden saying, here's what we are going to do for people. We are going to make healthcare costs less. We are going to make healthcare more accessible. Here's a clip where Donald Trump calls himself chump. Play this clip. It says they don't want to run against Trump. Play this clip.
They go after me, they indict me, but they say they really want to run against Trump. They don't want to run against Trump because I'm beating Biden in virtually every poll by a lot. They don't want to run against Trump.
On the other hand, you got President Biden posting the following. Bidenomics is working, factories are being built, jobs are being created, and it's happening all across America in communities that have been left out and hollowed out. Again, President Biden talking about jobs, 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 and Donald Trump talking about, you can't beat me, I'm the best, you can't beat me, I'm the best. I mean, again, it's just whiny and complete and utter nonsense. Here you have Donald Trump talking about, and again, just completely lying and saying that Republicans are winning with the young people and that they are up 16%. I mean, just completely and utterly false, but it's a Trump event. All they do is lie. Play this clip.
We're doing great with young people. We never did great. As Republicans, we never did great. Now we're leading with young people by 16%. Nobody's ever seen it. We're leading with women. We're leading with, as they call it, suburban housewives. You know why? Suburban housewives, they want security. They want a border. They don't want everybody being killed in the cities and then moving out. They don't want low-income housing built right next to their house that they're so proud of, which is their next move, which they're doing.
Okay, what is President Biden talking about? The unemployment rate has remained below 4% for 17 months, the longest stretch since the 1960s. The share of working-age Americans with jobs is the highest in over 20 years. Inflation has come down by more than half. We are seeing stable and steady growth. This is Bidenomics. What is Donald Trump talking about? Well, Donald Trump is spreading fear and lies. Here, Donald Trump is saying that we're going to deport criminal aliens. We're going to crush the deep state. We're going to end CRT. Just a bunch of blabbering and utter nonsense. Play this clip.
We're going to deport the criminal, illegal aliens that have come into our country quickly. We're going to obliterate the deep state. We were doing a good job. I fired Comey. I fired that sleazebag Comey. We got rid of him. It was bad news, and very early on, somebody said, "Oh, why didn't you do it fast?" I did it right at the beginning. You know, he has a long-term contract. I fired Comey. That was a good one. That's when we found out about the insurance policy, just in case that she lost, Hillary. You know, we call her Beautiful Hillary now, right? We changed her name because she's a beautiful woman. We call her Beautiful Hillary. You know why? Because I'm using the word crooked. I don't like doing the same word for two people. We're using the word crooked for Joe Biden because Joe Biden is the most crooked president in the history of our country by a factor of hundreds. He's a crook. We're going to end all of the things you see and ban critical race theory and transgender ideology from our schools, from our university. We're banning it. We're banning it, what they do.
And you see the difference. You see the distinction here. You got Donald Trump, hate, division. We are coming after people. We are going to attack people. We are going to dehumanize people. You got President Biden saying, here's what I'm doing for the economy. Compare what Donald Trump said to President Biden saying the following. From including funding or after school and summer programs to hiring more teachers, counselors, and school psychologists, our American Rescue Plan helped deliver critical supports for schools. Completely true, tangible policies helping people. The difference could not be more stark.
If you have a family like I do, you know how much click fit have items who the people you they have financial life.
And then you have Donald Trump here again, lying over and over and over again here, saying the Democrats want to raise your taxes 4 times what they are now. I mean, false. Just everything this man says is a complete and utter lie. By the way, Donald Trump, where's Infrastructure Week? Where's your health care plan? You saw the video that we did of Donald Trump in Iowa, and he was asked a question about CO2 pipelines, and he was like, we've got a plan. I've got a plan. I'm not going to reveal it yet, but the plan's going to be a really good plan. It's going to be a great plan. Then he was asked a question about, well, you said you were going to have Mexico pay for the wall. What happened? Well, we have a plan. We have a plan. The rhinos stopped the plan, but we got a plan. His other ridiculous thing that he says in the speech is also, we're going to build freedom cities. We're going to build freedom cities with the architecture of Rome. We're going to build freedom cities. Like you don't do any. You just everything you say is a complete and utter lie. But here, just play this clip.
Democrats, the actual voter, they want to do something about it. They want to do something about it, but the politicians don't. Because when you have policies of open borders and no voter ID and high interest rates and high taxes, look at the taxes. They want to quadruple your taxes. They want to quadruple. It used to be if you were a politician, when I was a kid growing up, if you were a politician, you said, I will reduce taxes. Well, that's what I say. I'm old-fashioned. They want to increase your taxes by 4 times. Well, you pay 4 times as much tax. Your interest rates have gone through, since I got out, your interest rates have gone through. We're getting the interest rates down. We're getting the energy down. You're going to make so much money. You're going to be so happy. You're going to love the president so much, even more than you did before.
Folks, as President Biden says, don't compare me to the almighty. Compare me to the alternative. And that's how I view politics. Do I agree with President Biden and the Democrats on everything? No, but they are a serious political party. They're trying to solve problems. They're coming up with solutions. We can agree, disagree on solutions, but they're for democracy and they're pushing an agenda that helps American people forward. And you know, Donald Trump spouts all these lies. Taxes are going to be up 4 times. No, it's just simply false. Taxes are lower under President Biden for working class, middle class, most Americans. President Biden just believes that billionaires and decamillionaires and millionaires should also pay their fair share. That's it. Just pay the fair share. Pay the same as the worker. Let's have an even playing field. And as President Biden says, this whole idea of trickle-down economics, that if we give billionaires and decamillionaires all of these benefits, extra benefits, basically create welfare for billionaires. If we give them these special perks, they are going to be so generous and trickle it down on the rest of us. That's trickle-down economics. That does not work. For President Biden, it is bottom up, middle out. It's focusing on the people, these people. Most Americans, you should get the benefits. That's the Biden policy. We just have to speak clearly about it and explain the stakes and show the contrast. I'm Ben Mycelis from the Midas Touch Network. Have an excellent day. Hit subscribe.
This is not just a book for women. I gave it to my most girly mama bears. I gave it to my most burly papa bears. And all of them have called me and said, oh my gosh, I cannot believe your story. It's amazing, a page turner. And they were mad at me because they were up till 3 and 4 in the morning finishing it. They couldn't put the book down.
Yeah, just tons of people just all had the exact same problem that helps her to sell that, but they just all couldn't sleep. They were all, Joe, it's so good, it's so good. It seems a little bit desperate, though, and there might be a reason for that. That's Kari Lake's Unafraid, just getting started. A good way to get started would be to become a senator, governor. We'll see about that. She's had some trouble in the past, and she's continuing to have some trouble because while this is apparently a page turner that is ruining people's REM cycles, on Amazon, Unafraid, just getting started. Seems like not a lot of people are getting started with the book anyway. And look, I'm a wannabe author. I write fantasy and sci-fi stories on Patreon, so I understand how difficult it can be to get people to read your work. I'm thinking about putting out a sort of collected work of the first year of my short stories. I have no doubt that that's going to be a tough sell for some people, but I also am not going to be lying about it in videos and pretending that it's the best book that's ever existed. It's not the worst book, though. It's not doing the worst. While only 18 people rated it and only at 3 stars, it's doing better than Kari Lake, the biography, which has 4 ratings and 1 star.
God.
Who writes a Kari Lake biography based off of one failed run for office? But anyway, some people think that there might be something weird going on. Steve Deese, who has a show or whatever, says Kari Lake, who I absolutely adored as a candidate, and I'm still heartsick she's not governor. Yes, arrest Katie Hobbs, as Deese Online says. For what? Is the first lady of MAGA, yet her new book never cracked the top 100 on Amazon. Is down to 555 today. Any theories as to why? I have a theory. I have a couple of theories. But Jer, do you have a theory as to why? What is the deep state doing to Kari Lake?
You know what's crazy, John? There's a few things that come up in topics, and you're the first person I think of. One being the 4-day work week. That's you. Also voting holiday. Bro, I'm behind you. John Idarola for president. But just almost 2 topics. And the third is 100% inflated book sales, which I'm going to let you talk about because that is all John Idarola's territory. So, but as far as the questions behind it, I'll let you answer because I'm on the same page, not of this book, but definitely on the same page that you're talking about. But no, the degree to which this sales job went for her to be like, oh God, man, people just can't keep the book out of their hands, man. They fall asleep. The wife rolls over and says, hun, I'm in the mood. And you go, no, Kari Lake. Instead, flip these pages instead. Come on, bro. You don't have to go that far. When you go that far with the sales job, it makes people go, okay, I feel you. Even if the book is good, you can put it down. It's okay. It's not a 1987 ad where you have to really push this hard because people will see the actual facts like what it is we're talking about here now. Yeah. And this is one of those instances. We talked earlier about how Ron DeSantis is campaign manager, I believe his position there, and how he's falling behind Trump so much. And other people in these races, a lot of times are doing it for promotional reasons. Yo, here it is. This is what she's doing all this for. Where's the stolen election talk? Where's the Donald Trump is my king talk? This is about selling books.
100%.
That's where she lands, just like Donald Trump, just like any of these other politicians looking to sell something. And by the way, last thing, John, before you get to what I know you're going to go to, this is a big illustration of how politicians are inauthentically created. Like, the popularity of Kari Lake is based on what? She lost a race. Every cycle, a lot of people lose a race. What's different about her? That Donald Trump said, I like her? But what does that do with everyone else?
Yeah.
That's just, constituents have to vote people in, not fellow politicians that say, I like her. But that's what we've come to believe.
It's a person who desperately wants to be in a position of power and influence. That's it. Doesn't really bring anything to it. Used to be in the news or whatever. And used to be a totally different person politically. Yeah. Used to be a Democrat. Used to be totally fine with drag queens. Maybe the reinvention is admirable, I suppose. It's difficult to do that, and she was able to. But anyway, I do want to briefly deliver on what Jared was saying. Here is the issue for Kari Lake. There are probably a few. First of all, I would say she shouldn't take this too personally that people aren't reading the book, because she definitely didn't write the book. Can we just put that out there? Best case scenario, ChatGPT wrote the book. They're all the same, by the way. All these right-wing, like, Dems hate America, here's the path. It's all literally the same book. It doesn't matter. Choose whichever one you want. The issue is, let's say that you are a fan of Carrie Lake, because she has fans. Still, why are you reading that book? First of all, are you reading generally? But more importantly, like, you're going to, read the accounting of the election she just lost 2 years ago? You lived it. Why do you need to read a book about that? That's not interesting. But the systemic problem is, she is experiencing, or I guess Steve Deese is experiencing for her, a bit of whiplash, which is these books generally sell well, and they do sell well in that copies of them are produced and money changes hands, but it's not an organic thing. We've got videos up on the channel. I've done deep dives into how bulk purchasing of books by think tanks and PACs work. That is how bestsellers are made. It works for politicians, it works for pundits. That's generally how a lot of these instant bestsellers are made. Some group that's raised a ton of money buys 80,000 copies of a book. You're instantly on the New York Times bestseller list. 3 weeks later, you're off of it, but you can claim for the rest of your life that you are a best-selling author. This is not my speculation. You can track when this is done by going to the bestseller list and looking at the entry. If it has a little dagger symbol next to it, that is because the New York Times is acknowledging that there is evidence of suspicious purchasing patterns and bulk purchases, and they have to note it. They're still including it on their list, which I take issue with, but they always mark the ones that have organic followings and the ones that don't. In her case, apparently no PAC was willing to buy her book. No think tank purchased 30,000 copies or whatever. That's unfortunately how it works. It's difficult to sell a book, you know. Like I said, if I put out my collected volume, we will see if my tales of like mongoose barbarians are able to beat out her tales. We'll have to see. Stay tuned.
Which, by the way, John, that says a lot that there's no PACs willing to do the normal standard buying up all the books. What does that say? Oh.
It's not a good sign. It's not a good sign.
So do you agree with like affirmative action?
Affirmative action is racist. It's awful. It hasn't worked. Affirmative action has actually made Black America poorer.
What? What's up, everyone? Coach D speaks here. You know, in the last couple of days, I've heard a lot of bad takes about affirmative action and how it's impacted the black community in America in general. I mean, I saw someone in California post how good it was that it's banned now because their kid didn't get into UCLA last year because of quotas. Affirmative action was banned in California through Prop 209 back in 1996, and there were never quotas. So yeah, your kid wasn't good enough. But back to Charlie Kirk, because what you're about to hear from him is one of the worst. And I've already heard some of his minions regurgitating it. So let's watch this and do some myth busting.
So do you agree with like affirmative action?
Affirmative action is racist. It's awful. It hasn't worked. Affirmative action has actually made Black America poorer.
Affirmative action is racist. You know, when people say this, what they're going to say to back that up is that it is giving opportunities to black people and taking opportunities away from white people, when that is literally not what is happening. Not to mention, making that statement completely dismisses the racial inequities and racism that has been proven to already exist in higher education. Affirmative action has made black Americans poorer? What? I mean, this guy should literally be disqualified from speaking publicly after such an asinine statement. Affirmative action started in the late 1960s when the median household income for black people was like $7,000 to $8,000. It's about $48,000 today. I would have immediately stopped him and said, explain how. And then he says it doesn't work. So it succeeded in increasing opportunities for black students, but it doesn't work. It succeeded in helping bridge income gaps, but it doesn't work. Another completely asinine statement. But go on.
But wouldn't something like affirmative action be a solution to those education problems that we're asking?
We've tried it for 60 years. How's it worked?
We've tried it for 60 years. How's it worked? He really thought he did something there. But can't we just apply that to anything? We've tried capitalism for hundreds of years. How's it worked? I still see poor and homeless people. We've tried corporal punishment for hundreds of years. How's it worked? There's still crime. I mean, no one is saying it's perfect. But as the student there is trying to say, Don't we have more black college graduates? Yes. Yes, we do.
It seems like it's worked a little bit more. Do we not have more educated black people now than we did back then?
Wait, hold on. But on average, blacks are actually poorer than they were in the early 1960s in relation to other socioeconomic groups.
See right there? He completely avoids the very simple question and then just makes shit up. So first of all, to answer the guy's question, yes, we absolutely have more black graduates since affirmative action. In fact, the gap between black and white college graduates has closed significantly. Second, blacks are poorer now than they were in the 1960s? They aren't. But if they were, wouldn't that be an argument in favor of ensuring more opportunities for the black community? But then once he realizes he is getting his ass handed to him, he goes to a different yet common deflection.
Get into college, but once we're talking about graduates, are those black graduates
so I
not more
I think
successful than
affirmative
those
action is
that
wrong.
didn't graduate?
Well, so you're just talking about college affirmative action. We have affirmative action in government hiring. We have affirmative action across the board.
And that's a difference.
Which I don't like.
That is something different.
But let me tell you why affirmative action is wrong. And anyone in the black community would know this is true. There are kids that get into college that should not be going into those colleges. They should be welders, electricians, and carpenters instead. And they get into colleges that sometimes they shouldn't go, and they graduate with tons of student loan debt. We have way too many people going to college in America.
Oh, so all black people need to be blue-collar workers anyway, is what he's saying. Let me be clear here. Affirmative action does not allow non-deserving or bad students to go to college. Affirmative action has not caused kids who should go to trade school to go to universities. And why use affirmative action to make the point that too many people are going to college? I think what he really wants to say is that too many black people are going to college now. Also, trades are being taught in universities and community college. And trade schools are also strapping students with debt. It's not free or cheap either. And everyone isn't going straight into a great career after. And why is Charlie Kirk not a welder, electrician, or carpenter? It seems to me like many of these Republican politicians and public figures who either attended college or send their kids to college are always suggesting that everyone else not go to college. And he's right. A lot of people are leaving college with lots of student loan debt. So why not lead the fight to make it cheap or free? I mean, you are so close, Charlie. But like most Republicans, they know the problems, but have no interest in being a part of the solutions. But go on.
And guess what? Like, the black middle class, the black muscular middle class has disappeared, and that's a tragedy.
Okay, let's be real here. Charlie Kirk doesn't give a damn about black people and definitely doesn't give a damn about the black middle class disappearing. And here in America, all of the middle class is disappearing. And that has nothing to do with more access to college. You see, the reason why the middle class is shrinking here in America is because of the high cost of college, the high cost of health care, inflation, and the fact that wages haven't increased significantly since the 1970s. But Republicans really don't want to have that conversation at all because the last thing they want to do is lower the cost of college and allow people to stay healthy by having more access to health care. And they definitely don't want to see people get ahead. The Republican Party is not a party of solutions. They're a party of hate, fear, and power. Period.
Hey Midas Mighty, love this report? Continue the conversation by following us on Instagram @MidasTouch to keep up with the most important news of the day. What are you waiting for? Follow us now.
These are very serious accusations. It does field a lot of these. It does have a duty of care to its staff. It cannot just be a knee-jerk organisation to any allegation. And I think it has to try and navigate a path between those two things.
Outside Broadcasting House this morning, TV reporters have assembled to cover the latest scandal to hit the BBC. Of course, one of them is from the BBC itself, with the job of reporting on the bosses inside. Lizo Mzimba got the short straw this morning. Here he is an hour ago telling viewers the latest.
today's front page of The Sun claims that the unnamed presenter made 2 panicked phone calls to the young individual in question, saying, "What have you done?" and asking them to ring their mother to get them to stop the investigation. The BBC hasn't been able to independently verify those claims, but The Sun also says that the family of the young individual is upset by the BBC's statements and claims no one from the corporation rang them for a proper interview after the initial complaint.
Well, for a slightly less tense explanation of what's going on, let's speak to Alex Farber, who's the Times' media correspondent. Morning to you, Alex.
Morning, Asma.
Now, the basic allegation against the BBC is that it's acted too slowly and inadequately, something it's been accused of in the past. Can you just take us through the timeline of all of this from May until today?
Yeah, sure. So May 19th, the BBC was contacted by the family of the victim who made some allegations. Now, at this point, the BBC, it says, and according to my sources, leapt into action with a view to trying to substantiate these. It receives a lot of allegations about its high-profile stars, and it has a team that's dedicated to investigating them. So it tasked that team with looking into these allegations. My understanding is, as part of its inquiries, it made efforts to contact the complainant, which were unsuccessful. And it was ultimately unable to substantiate the claims that had come in. We then spooled forwards to last week, when it's contacted by a journalist from The Sun. My understanding is that was on the Thursday, ahead of the story being published on the Saturday, late on a Friday night. At that point, it then had more evidence with which to act, based on the evidence that was in The Sun's report, and put in place a process which ultimately led to the suspension of the individual.
So they didn't have the evidence, BBC didn't have the evidence, they had to rely on what was in The Sun.
Yeah, that's certainly the claim, and I think a lot of this will hinge on the extent to which the BBC seriously investigated these claims. Who did it approach? How seriously did it try and approach them? We've had reports out overnight that the family doesn't feel like it was communicated with adequately, that it didn't make sufficient attempts to communicate with it and elicit more information. Now, inquiries around this are inevitable, and in the fullness of time, I'm sure we will know what the process looked like, how well the BBC dealt with it, and whether there was any more that it could have done prior to it being contacted by The Sun with the whole sorry saga.
Now, the debate right now, one of the strands of the debate, of course, is whether this person, this presenter, should be named. Obviously, the argument for not naming them is to do with allegations like this can ruin people's lives, careers, etc., especially if they turn out not to be true. Innocent until proven guilty, as many people are getting in touch with us and saying. The flip side of that, of course, in these kind of cases is that it becomes in the public interest, because if this person is guilty of what is being alleged and there are other alleged victims, then those victims are then emboldened to come forward.
Yeah, and look, what we're hearing again overnight is that victims are coming forwards, despite the fact that the individual hasn't been named. That people, it's one of the challenges in this is that the Sun's report references a high-profile, highly paid BBC presenter, of which there aren't that many. So the potential pool of initial individuals that it might be is incredibly small. And then what we then got into a situation yesterday was many of those potential people that it might have been started ruling themselves out and saying, this isn't me. So immediately that pool starts shrinking. So that has to be counterbalanced with the fact that there are questions about whether they should be named or not. It feels like it's only a matter of time until the identity of the individual does come out, really.
And the process that now unfolds, already there are some complaints about how quickly or not the BBC has acted. These kind of things, we know these kind of scandals can bring down people, deputy heads, and indeed heads occasionally roll. Do you get any sense of whether the BBC has actually, I mean, obviously we had the Jimmy Savile thing, and then on ITV we had the Philip Schofield thing very, very recently. Is there a sense that the BBC has, I don't know, has those in its mind, that it understands that, yes, it's a big organisation, and yes, these are very delicate allegations, but it has to be seen to act quickly?
There's definitely a perception issue here, and a lot of this not only is to do with the thoroughness of any investigations that took place and how comprehensive they were, but also in the way in which it responded to revelations and events as they unfolded. Now, my understanding is that the BBC considers that it has acted quickly since it was alerted to the fullness of the allegations, and really could not have done much more in the time available to it. Other people skeptical and are saying, it's moved much more quickly to suspend individuals in other circumstances. They pointed to Gary Lineker and to Clive Myrie as a very smaller, less important issue. But nevertheless, when the BBC feels compelled to act, it does. Now, whether receiving a serious complaint about an individual very late on a Thursday evening, moving to a suspension on a Sunday morning constitutes pace or not will vary according to who you ask. But that in the backdrop, you have to be aware that these are very serious accusations. It does field a lot of these. It does.
We're worried about misinformation coming out of AI in a number of different ways. Visual misinformation, in some ways, even more dangerous, because it can be very convincing, and people, they want to believe crazy things that work with their worldview. So to test how people who want to scam others might be able to do this, one man decided to do a little bit of an experiment in Midjourney, and he was actually banned for it, which might be the only good news here, maybe. This is Justin Brown, who says, I got banned from Midjourney for generating realistic images of politicians cheating on their wives for a series called AI Will Revolutionize the Black Male Industry. I think a lot of people are worried about exactly this sort of misinformation, both inside and out of politics. So here is how convincing it already is. Every one of these images is fake, if that's not clear from the title of the video, the label. That is Trump cheating with somebody. Mike Pence stepping out behind mother's back right there. You've even got Bernie Sanders. By the way, I love that they know Bernie's appeal with younger voters, so they instantly put a younger voter with him. Even Barack Obama there. And so once he started posting these on Reddit, that is when he was banned from the platform. So he doesn't know if he hadn't posted them on Reddit, if he would have been banned. And these are already easy to produce. Now, are these super convincing? Should a rational person believe that these are true? Perhaps not. But you know how the internet is. People have believed far worse, far less evidence, and staked their entire worldview on it. So, Francesca, what do you think?
I mean, I have to.
That's what I think.
like the Bernie one, actually more disturbing than I thought. Like, I love Bernie, but I don't want to see him kissing anybody like that, and a naked woman, and she looked really young, and that was weird. It's like, I guess somehow, like, Trump kissing a dude is actually far less disturbing than kissing a woman. Like, maybe the power dynamic is a little more equal in that one, but I don't want to see any of these politicians making out with anybody, to be honest with you. And this definitely is on the cusp of deep fake porn, which absolutely should be outlawed. It is incredibly invasive of privacy. It is and it should be banned. So we need more protections on all kinds of technology when it comes to, yes, faking someone doing something that they did not consent to. And AI really should be no different. We just do not have the legislative tools to actually combat this. We have to rely on something like Midjourney booting this person off. And now, I love the sentiment, bro. You can draw it. Like, if you draw it, like, this is not going to I mean, you're free to use your artistic talent to do this. But in terms of this kind of stuff, it looks far too realistic. And I think it would fall and should fall in something like, deep fake porn, which we still don't have legislation around, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, these are obviously a little bit more tame than I think you're talking about, but that's arguably kind of what it is potentially.
Yeah.
And if you're not clear that it's fake, like, it could be used to potentially blackmail people. And, maybe politicians, some would be a little bit less worried about that, but what if it could do regular people? I'm very concerned about the rise of that sort of thing. When it comes to the politicians, though, the thing for me is we just talked earlier in the show, Michael Shore was interviewing people at a Trump rally, and every single one of them believes that it is already established truth that Joe Biden got $5 million from China or Ukraine or both. They're not really sure, but they believe both. If this image was spread on, like, cat turd spread it or something, and Elon Musk likes it or whatever, they will all believe that it's true until the day they die. There will be nothing that you can do that will get them to not believe that it's true. These are some of the most gullible, ready to believe misinformation people in the history of our species. And I feel like this stuff is going to become so common. And not just attacking people like Bernie Sanders or whatever. Like, you don't think that Trump is going to make images of Ron DeSantis kissing a guy and spread, or vice versa? Like, the rabid homophobia on the right, I feel like, is going to be weaponized, and not just in the future, in this race that we're in right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think again, it's creepy and dangerous, and you don't have to be stupid. I mean, like, you could just be a boomer. One time my mom relayed what she thought was like a video of a baby bear being rescued after falling down a whole waterfall escaping a cheetah. It was like a whole thing. And I'm like, Mom, that's not a viral video that someone just captured on screen. That's like the movie Bear. Remember, there's like an old movie Bear. I was like, that was like a stunt coordinator with a bunch of like zoo kept little black bears.
Was the bear on cocaine?
Yeah, pretty much. No, but
saw
there's
that
an
viral
old
video.
movie. Chat needs to back me up. There's an old movie about bear. I'm like, but my mom is not a dumb person. She just is not.
You're thinking of The Great Outdoors.
Pretty much. I once saw a man shoot a bear in the butt, and then it exposed just an actual butt. Bears have like a little butt crack that looks human.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I saw it online. It's like, no, that's The Great Outdoors.
I saw a guy getting shot at, and he dodged the bullets. It was sick.
He just bent backwards.
It was such a viral video that they played it in theaters. It was it really broke through. So yeah, you're right. But again, I think there's some crossover between some people who, because they came to technology later in life, don't necessarily have the same critical thinking apparatus or whatever. It's difficult to know. My grandfather, he never trusted online shopping because he was 80 when it came out. So he always believed it was a lie. It was a scam. So I get that. But then also you have millions of people, and not all of them are conservatives, who do not believe things because they go out there, they gather all the data, and then they come to a conclusion. They are a ball of wants. They want to believe things, and they look for things that confirm it. They want to believe that Joe Biden is having gay affairs or whatever. They desperately wanted to believe it about Obama, and so they will readily accept this sort of stuff.
Charging a former...
Hello, Keith Rucker here, BritishMachine.org. Today we are back working on the Jimmy DiResta bandsaw project, trying to make some more progress in getting this thing ready to go. And today what I want to work on is getting a mount to put a motor on this machine so that we can power it up. Now, I will say that when this machine was built back in the day, late 1800s, early 1900s, don't know the exact date it was built, but we do know, based on the design of the saw and how it came when I got it, there was a big flat belt pulley powering this thing, and the shaft on it was longer than it needed to be, which indicated to me that it originally was set up with a tight, loose pulley arrangement on it to power it. This would have been driven by a line shaft in a a shop instead of having a motor on it. So back in the day, before electric motors were commonplace, the way that they would power machines in the shop is that they would have some sort of power source for that shop. Usually it was a steam engine, it could have been a water wheel, it could have been lots of different things that could have powered the shop. But instead of having motors on individual machines like we are accustomed to today, they would have a line shaft that ran the entire length of the shop. It would be a big long shaft with flat belt pulleys on it. That power source would be running constantly throughout the day, and then belts would go to all the individual machines in the shop, and that's how they would be powered. In the case of this bandsaw, there would have been what's called a tight loose pulley arrangement on here. There have been two pulleys, two flat belt pulleys. One of them would have been fixed to the shaft so that whenever that pulley was turning, the bandsaw wheel would turn. The other pulley, which would be right next to it, would be free spinning. It'd be a loose pulley. It would just free spin on that shaft. Depending on which pulley the belt was engaged in would determine whether the machine was on or off. Now, on the bearing cap down here, there's a cover on there, and there's two holes in it. That was for a belt shifter. You would pull a lever on the handle on the front of this. It would literally shift the belt. There'd be forks that would shift that belt from one pulley to the other. Go from that free spinning pulley to the tight pulley. That would turn the machine on. When you got ready to turn the machine off, you would shift that belt. It would move the belt back over to go off that tight pulley onto the loose pulley, and it would turn off. So that's how it was originally done. Obviously, in today's world, not very efficient use and not the way we do things. So we are going to put a motor on here to power this. Now, at some point in time, this saw had this casting put on the back of it here, and this is where a motor was mounted. So it was running off of a motor at some point in time, but originally it would have been flat belt overhead pulley driven. The way I think that this was set up before, they just had a motor mounted directly up on this plate, and that was what belted up to it. They were still using a flat belt. When I got it, there was no motor on it. The motor was long gone. The motor mounts were on here, but that was about it. So my game plan is we're going to use this piece that's on the back here to mount a motor on. But I'm going to do a little bit different arrangement than what they had done when they did the original retrofit. Instead of just mounting the motor up against this plate, we're going to I'm going to put a plate coming out at a right angle here, flat, and I'm going to have an adjustment on there where I can adjust that motor back and forth so that we can tighten the belts. That's one of the big problems with flat belts is that they will stretch over time, and instead of having to cut the belt and re-splice it every time you need to tighten the pulley up or the belt up, you can just move a screw on this and it will actually move that motor back and forth so that we can adjust the belt tension. A little bit better arrangement, I think, for what we're going to be doing. So here is my game plan. I'm going to make two L-shaped brackets that's going to mount up to this plate. I've got a piece of, let's see, I got some, I think it's, was it 5/16 by 1 3/4 band iron that we're going to make that out of. Fairly substantial band iron that we'll make that to. I've got a plate cut, I think a 15 by 15 plate out of some 3/8 inch steel. It's going to bolt to that. And then I'm also going to put some brackets up underneath the bottom that go down here so that the back end of this just isn't flopping around. I got it supported really well. One thing I will note is that in this casting, you notice this little square opening right here. Hopefully you can see that. There is a shaft that's going to come out of that. There's a counterweight that mounts on it. I haven't got all that hooked up yet. And that's what puts the tension on the upper wheel. Because of where this is going to be coming out at, I am going to have to mount the motor up a little bit higher than what I'd really ideally like to do. But I really don't have a choice because this area up underneath it's going to need to have where that weight is going to be at on that little shaft. So we're going to have to mount it above that. That's the game plan. That's what we're going to be working on today. I have blabbed on here long enough. Let's start doing some work and getting over here towards this. Got these wire wheeled, and before I put the bend in it, though, I think I want to go ahead and drill the holes. I've already marked where they are. This is where the plate's going to bolt through. I want these to be 3/8, and up here will be where it's going to bolt to the frame, and that's going to be 1/2 inch. So I'm just going to take a center punch and we'll just go ahead and get a place ready for these holes. And go over to the drill press and drill. I'm over here at the radial drill, and we'll go ahead and get these holes drilled in here. There we go. Just using my automatic feed on this makes life a lot easier. I did come in here and just deburr these holes with a little countersink or whatever you want to call it over on my other drill press. Didn't show that. Now I want to bend these. I got these set up in my big vise and I got them square and I got them on my mark. We're just going to bend these over 90 degrees. I'm going to get the torch, heat that up. We'll take a hammer and just bump it around until we get it nice and square. Let's do it. Do it. Looks pretty square. Got my brackets, I think, where I want them mounted. And I cheated on this first hole. There was already a hole drilled and tapped right here, 1/2 inch 13. I used it. I actually kind of planned on that from the beginning. My other 3 holes need to be drilled and tapped. So I just bolted this up and we can find the center of this one. The other 2, what I did is I took a square and I put up underneath this and kind of got it where it's touching the bottom of this one and it's touching the bottom of this one. So I should have them pretty much at the same height and, you know, square with the piece back here. Now what I need to do is center punch where I need my holes drilled. I've got a transfer punch. These are the exact size of the hole that I drilled. I got a set of these in fractional sizes up to 1 inch. So I'm just going to put it right in there. That center punch is right in the center of this hole. So when we drill and tap that, it should line up with the holes that are already drilled. So I'm just going to go ahead and center punch all of these. All right, that Should be able to take these brackets off now, have a center punch mark, and drill and tap that for 1/2 inch 13. I went ahead and drilled these with a 1/4 inch drill first, and now I'm coming back with 27/64. This will be the size for the tab. Now we'll just run a 1/2 inch 13 tap down these holes, and we should be ready to mount that up. Ready to bolt it all in. I'm just going to use some of these square head bolts, just trying to keep the look of the original hardware on this. These are modern square head bolts. They're not exactly the same style as like the old ones were, but they'll at least give it the look and feel of the vintage machine that this is. All right. And our plate will mount on there something like that. And that will hold the motor. Obviously, we got to get our bottom brackets fit in there, but coming along nicely. I think next I need to transfer the holes for to this plate, get those drilled in the right place, and then we can work on our bottom brackets. And ultimately, we're going to mount this piece up on here, and this will be what the motor mounts to. We'll adjust. There's a screw here that will adjust the motor back and forth so that we can tighten it. We'll have to figure out exactly where it needs to go once we get our belts positioned where the pulleys are going to be. Up next, we need to transfer the holes here from the brackets into this plate. So I've got the plate kind of clamped on where it's going to go with some vice grips. And we drilled 3/8 inch holes in here. I've got, again, a transfer punch. This is my set of transfer punches. I got the transfer punch that matches that hole. And we're just going to go around and tap all these in there and transfer those holes over so that we can drill them out right where they need to be. This out of the way. I'll take this off, go to the drill press, and get those drilled out. I got the holes drilled and countersunk. We're going to use a flathead screw in here where these screws will be flush with the top of this plate so that we can mount something on top of it without any interference. So those are all right where they need to be. Now we need to get our bottom brackets made up and so that we can get the flex out of this. So on this side, I could tell when I was tapping those center punches in that very rigid up here next to the frame, but as you'd expect when you get out here, there is a little bit of flex in this. Put a motor up here and everything else. Idea here is to put that bottom bracket up underneath it, and that should really support this end out here so that it'll be nice and supported. That's the game plan. So let's see if we can get those bent up and get those on there as well. Back over here at the vise, going to and do some more bending here. This time we're doing 45-degree bends on each end, but same basic process as we did before. Put it in the vise, just using a square to square this up to make sure we're bending square. We're going to heat it up and we'll bend the 45 in there. I've got a 45 triangle here that I can kind of estimate that angle. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it needs to be real close. We'll get some heat in here and make our bend. I think I got enough leverage here. I can just bend this by hand. Close to 45 there. I'm just going to put this in here. Just a little bit more. Like that. That's real close. All right, I'm going to cool this down and come back and bend the other end and have that come out more or less flat. And I got my mark where I want my bend to be, or right above that. Again, we'll square this up. And make another bend. All right, here we go. Just look and make sure this is kind of back. Looks like it is. And I think we got our bends done. I've got to do the other one, but we got this one done anyway. We'll get the other one bent and I'll bring you right back. I'm going to transfer my holes again. I got these clamped on where they need to be. I waited to drill the holes until after I got everything bent so that I made sure everything would line up just right. So we're going to just transfer these over. Oops, so I put the punch in the right direction. Got my angle brackets here kind of in place. We got them bolted up top, and I just got them kind of clamped to the frame where I want them. Again, transfer punch, size of the hole that's through these down here, and we will transfer that over to the cast iron, and then we'll come in here and drill and tap that in. Start with a smaller hole, and go up to the size of the tap. Drilled. These get tapped 1/2 inch 13. So we got a 27/64 drill here for tap size. And I think we're ready to assemble this. So start by putting our bolts in the top, and I am going to order some shorter screws. Just kind of here, but they are a little bit long on all of these, so I'll get some of those ordered and place those out with the proper length. 1/2 inch going in down here. That is a nice rigid platform to mount a motor on. I'm happy with that. Well, there you go. We got our motor mount platform built. It's ready to mount this onto once we kind of figure out exactly where that needs to be positioned. We got some more work to do before we do that. But happy with how this turned out. This is a nice rigid platform. We've still got room for our counterbalance to come up underneath the bottom here once we get that installed. So yeah, I think we're good to go here. I've still got a little bit. I'm going to do this off camera. Once we shut this video down, I'm going to take it all apart. We're going to paint everything, let the paint dry. I'm going to order the right length screws to go in here, and we'll put it all back together a little bit later on, but that's pretty straightforward. We'll do that off camera. Guys, with that, I think we're one step closer over here on the Jimmy DiResta bandsaw, making more progress, getting closer to the finish line. And with that, we're going to sign off. As always, again, thanks for watching. Like we always say, please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Helps out a tremendous amount if you're not already a subscriber. Hit that bell icon up there to get notifications when new videos are posted. If you like what you saw, hit that thumbs up button. That helps out as well. And I always say it, big, huge thank you to the supporters of the site who support me.
G'day, Chris here and welcome back to ClickSpring. So with the cutter forming tools complete, it's time to get started on making the gear cutters. And to recap, the first one we're making is a 0.8 module 30-tooth involute gear cutter with a 20-degree pressure angle and a clearance of 0.25. And we're going to make it from a chunk of this 01 tool steel. This is the flat stock version of the rod material used to make the button cutters, and so it has the same machinability and heat treating characteristics. Now, regardless of the final gear parameters, the multi-tooth gear blanks all start out essentially the same, with some fairly straightforward reference geometry. There's a central hole which locates the blank on the cutter arbor made in the previous video. And then there are 4 equidistant indexing holes that match up to the small hole on the face of that same tool and serve to index the blank. And all of this, of course, is well suited to being formed on the mill. These 4 dots are reference points that serve to indicate the full depth of cut when forming the first features of the cutter, and you'll see how they're used in a moment. Our intention, of course, is that the cutter be formed with precision, so naturally we need to have confidence that as we're forming it, the part is seating and registering correctly on the features that have been created for that purpose. Working against us are the inevitable burrs thrown up from the cutting tools, along with the odd stuck chip. So the reference surfaces and features need to be routinely checked, and if needed, cleaned up on something like this India stone. A light touch with a countersink is usually enough to clean up any edge issues on the holes, and a brush or shot of compressed air can sort out any chips that might have lodged within the holes. Okay, so now let's have a closer look at the cutter arbor from the previous video. The small boss and the front face serve to locate the cutter blank on the tool and maintain what will be a vertical alignment once it's all held in the lathe. And much like the carrier component of the sharpening tool, a pin passes through the blank and into the face of the cutter arbor, locking the radial orientation of the blank and providing a reliable opposition to the cutting force. Much like the sharpening tool, this feature also enables indexing of the blank, so we can lock it in place, take the necessary cuts, index, and then continue around all 4 positions. And a simple cap screw provides the closing force to keep the whole thing together. It's a very simple assembly that permits the blank to overhang the perimeter of the arbor, presenting each side in turn to the lathe tool for cutting as the blank is extended, enabling us to first of all form 4 distinct lobes, and then ultimately to form the cutter profile geometry, 1 quadrant at a time. Once the assembly is in the lathe, the cutting tool is set just clear of the work, and the first lobe can be formed, cutting to the reference points that I mentioned earlier. This perimeter cut isn't a particularly critical dimension, but it must be the same across all 4 lobes. So once there, the cross-slide collar is zeroed, and since we're going past that 0 point several times on our way to full depth, I like to put a reference mark somewhere on the cross-slide so I can keep track of where I am. And as I mentioned, the cutter burrs are something that need to be controlled so that we can be sure that we're getting a clean seating. So there are repeated quick stops past the India stone to clean up that rear face of the blank throughout the process. Then, once it's cleaned up, it's back into the lathe, index and repeat. At the end of this part of the process, each lobe should neatly terminate at the reference dots formed earlier, and so this is our first opportunity to catch any significant error in that regard. Okay, so with the lobes formed, we can now look at forming the cutter profile. And for this, we need to align the button cutter with the blank, and then carefully bring it to bear on each lobe while cutting to a specific depth. Starting with the alignment, the calculator provides the numbers that we need. The 3 key values being the thickness of the cutter blank, the button diameter, and the distance between each button. The button cutter is registered against the face of the blank. And then from here, it's a straightforward process of using an indicator to carefully measure each move of the carriage towards the headstock. First, we move 1/2 of the button diameter. Then 1/2 of the distance between the buttons. And finally, 1/2 of the thickness of the cutter blank itself. And with that, the central axis of the button cutter is aligned with the middle of the cutter blank. The cutter is then touched off from the perimeter of the blank, and then returned to the central position with reference to the indicator reading that was just identified. We now have the 0 position for the button cutter in reference to each lobe of the blank, so the cross slide is zeroed and the carriage locked. And although the cross-slide dials are perfectly fine to track the next operation, for a cut like this, I like to have a dial indicator as a second reference. So I set up the indicator zeroed to the same point as the cross-slide was a moment ago, and refer to both as the cut progresses. Then it's back to the calculator for the in-feed value and into the cut, with a slow feed rate and plenty of cutting oil. And keep in mind that depending on the blank thickness, you'll likely be cutting air for the first section of the in-feed travel until contact is made with the work. Now for the first cut, I do a couple of quick progress checks throughout the process to confirm that all is as it should be. For example, an asymmetry in the cuts would suggest an error in positioning the button cutter, or maybe that the carriage wasn't properly locked down. If it's caught early, that sort of error can be easily corrected and the work saved. Once at the full cut depth, the work is indexed to the next position and the process is repeated. Now, of course, this is not the most robust way to be presenting a workpiece to a lathe cutting tool, especially with an interrupted cut. So light cuts are in order, and by light I mean super light with a slow RPM. The very last thing we'd like to see at this point is a chipped edge on that button cutter. For this cut, the lathe is running at about 200 RPM, with less than 1/100 of a millimetre advancement on the tool per cut. Any sort of woody knocking sound requires investigation, because almost certainly a button is chipped or something else is wrong. But if it's something simple like chatter, then it's fairly easy to deal with on the fly. And one of the most effective ways to deal with it is with the lathe power unplugged, to back right off on the cut and then very gently feed in while pulling the spindle through by hand, essentially scraping the chatter print from the work. And that's the hard part of the job complete. Each lobe of the cutter now carries the gear cutter profile. All we need to do now is mill away small sections from the blank to reveal the 4 cutting faces. And this is where our cutter arbor again comes into play. This flat section is designed to permit easy location and gripping on the vise, and it positions the rest of the cutter arbor features where we need them, so that they orient the cutter blank for the next step. Again, the pin serves to index and lock the blank during the cut, and the cap screw gives the closing force. Once again, light cuts are the safest approach, and I tend to do a rough stock removal first across all 4 faces, leaving a small amount of material for a final pass. The spindle can then be locked off for the final pass and the part indexed for each cut to ensure a consistent result across all 4 faces. And that's all of the cutter features formed. Next up is the heat treating. And it's worth noting that this is our last chance to conveniently work the metal in its annealed state. So if the cutter is expected to be retained for any period of time, then we'll need to be able to identify it, and so now is the time to give it some clear identifying markings. Heat treating exposes steel to quite damaging oxidation, something we generally prefer to minimise. By far the most effective defence that I've used is powdered boric acid mixed into a slurry with denatured alcohol. It forms a protective glaze over the part at high temperature, and it's most effective if the part can be kept fully immersed throughout the heating process. Once it's all prepared, the part is brought to a red heat and then quenched in oil. You'll see this old file in several previous videos because it's one that I've reserved for this specific job, to do a simple file test on newly quenched parts. Both the sound and feel of the file as it skates over the surface give a clear indication of the glass-hard martensitic state of the material. Now, after having put quite a bit of time and effort into making it, the last thing I want is to leave the cutter vulnerable to chipping. So for this temper, I'm aiming for something just a little further along the colour scale than the buttons, something like a medium to dark straw. The cutter is still very hard, but most importantly tough, and so much less prone to chipping. A dunk in oil cools it down and the cutter is now ready for sharpening. A quick thumbnail check confirms a keen edge. And that's the multi-tooth cutter complete. So let's give it a quick first test in something relatively forgiving, just to confirm that all is as it should be. In this case, I'm using 3mm brass stock, turned to the outside diameter given by the calculator. Once the cutter has been centrally aligned on the blank, it's brought down to touch off on the perimeter. And the calculator provides the depth of cut or in-feed figure. And in this case, because brass is such an easily machined material, I'm taking the full depth of cut in one pass, with the cutter running at maximum RPM. Now, of course, getting an acceptable result in brass is one thing, but to have a truly useful system, what we really need to assess is the performance of the cutter in steel. So let's have a look at how things go with a similar sized slice of hot rolled steel. It's not often that I subject you to the tedium of a long duration real-time cut like this, but I'd like you to see a key limitation of this sort of small gear cutter, and that is that they must be treated gently. And this applies as much to the commercially produced high-speed steel versions as it does to this shop-made carbon steel variety. They simply will not tolerate misuse. So that means a modest RPM, somewhere in the range of 200 to 400, and a very slow feed rate. Now, I'm deliberately cutting dry to give you a clear view of the cutter performance, but ideally they prefer a continuous flow of cutting oil to both remove the chips and keep things cool. Another way to preserve the cutters in harder materials like steel is to take a roughing pass to remove most of the stock, leaving just enough on for a second pass as a final finishing cut. And that's what I've chosen to do here. It does add somewhat to the time required to complete the operation, but given the time and effort that's gone into its creation, it's a small price to pay to greatly extend the life of the cutter. Okay, so that's the first look at the multi-tooth cutters. And we'll come back to this with some more detail in the next video on cycloidal cutters. Now, let's have a quick look at an alternative that's often a more suitable option depending on the nature of the job. And I'm referring to a simple fly cutter. The channel on the front face of the cutter arbor is designed to accept both a fly cutter blank and a small packing strip. And you'll notice that one face of that channel passes through the centre line of the tool. To form the cutter profile, the packing strip is positioned on top of the blank, and then the blank is turned in the lathe to receive the profile geometry from the button tool in exactly the same way as for the multi-tooth cutter. After heat treating, when the cutter is ready to be used, the positions of the packing and the cutter are reversed to give a natural relief to the cutter profile. treating follows. Again, tempering to a medium or dark straw, and then it's back into the cutter arbor to drive the cutter in the spindle of the mill. Now you might be wondering, given how much less work goes into making a fly cutter, why bother with the multi-tooth cutters at all? And generally it comes down to the time required to take the cut and cutter wear. That single tooth not only takes longer to remove material, but it also takes all of the load, and so tends to wear out faster than a multi-tooth cutter. But for one-off jobs, particularly in soft materials, it's often very hard to beat a fly cutter. All going well, the result from a fly cutter should be no different than that generated by a multi-tooth cutter. And finally, let's have a look at how we can generate a fly cutter to cut a rack gear. Again, the blank is shaped with a packing strip on top, and the key numbers are provided by the calculator. For the first time, we see a requirement to set up for a taper, something that will be a central part of the next video on forming cycloidal cutters. The convenient thing about forming a rack profile is that there's nothing particularly special required of the cutting tool. But one requirement is that it have an acute angle, to enable a clean touch off on the work from either side of the tool. Once the tool is located relative to the work, the cut progress is monitored with a dial indicator to the full depth value provided by the calculator. The process is then repeated for the other side to provide a symmetrical profile to the cutter. Again, the usual heat treating applies and the required values are retrieved to put the cutter to work. Now it's worth pointing out that we could have used the tools to make a multi-tooth rack cutter if we'd wanted to, applying all of the same data and cutting on a taper, but just with a multi-tooth blank instead of the fly cutter blank. But this is an interesting case of how the flexibility of being able to make both single and multi-tooth cutters provides complete flexibility to accommodate the limitations of the available tools. cutting a rack on a vertical mill tends to be a bit awkward in terms of cutter clearance and reach, especially with the small bore cutters to which I've scaled these tools. But a fly cutter immediately solves the issue and enables as much clearance and reach as required to get the job done. And that's the basic process of making involute gear cutters in the home shop with these simple tools. In the next video, we'll have a closer look at the process of forming cycloidal gear cutters and cover off a few of the edge cases of each gearing system. Thanks for watching. I'll see you later.
I'm not sure whether Ukrainians did it on purpose and let Russian soldiers overhear the truth about the human wave attacks, or maybe they really were just discussing it right in time. But anyway, now you'll hear an interception with a Russian soldier who now seems to prefer Ukrainian sources of information over Russian propaganda. Let's listen to it.
Что про это в Ютубе, про эту Павловку, про угледар видео?
Я не смотрю, потому что я однажды в Ютубе набрала типа про Павловку, и мне выдало типа командование кинуло камчатских ребят на убой, что-то такое, и все, и я не стала ничего дальше смотреть, потому что без того точно.
Ну, есть такое, да. Я даже знаю, как это они сделали, как это, когда это происходило. Это не фейк, как говорят там Песков. По радио укропы говорили, что практика русских изменилась. Как они отправляли мясо, так они мясо пристрелочное отправляют. Отправляют людей вперед, по людям стреляют, они смотрят оттуда, пытаются увидеть, откуда по ним стреляют, пытаются это уничтожить, не получается. Люди погибают, люди кончают, набирают новых. За счет того, что есть люди в России, поэтому они люди сидят и удивляют, которые сюда попали не за наказание, не через яму, а просто. И они говорят, даже в ДШБ людей отказывают и присылают сюда как изгоев. А говорит, а мы-то при чем?
Ну да. А так, ну, я сегодня читала, что ничего такого возле вас вообще не происходило.
Это кто писал?
Там какой-то канал, какой-то военкор есть.
Один единственный раз они приехали в Павловку, сняли издалека угледар, всем здесь сказали, заедут, вообще даже близко не подходите на полкилометра к журналистам, даже не вздумайте, запрещали. Чуть ли не расстрел. Открой пахлядский канал, что они там снимают.
Не знаю, не хожу на пахлядский канал.
Короче, общую картину ты вообще даже не имеешь.
Unfortunately, the Russian society is just like the vibe from that interception. They rather hear fake good news over the truth that hurts. Anyway, thanks for watching, I'll see you soon, and goodbye to you all.